I'm seeing time on my side.
Yeah, when you see the shield trigger, that is the time.
GG's, Barbie.
GG, good completed run.
Good game, buddy. Well done.
Geus. Maddie making his way through, also going without the exosuit. We'll see how this plays out. Yeah, definitely giving it up for the runners. Check them out right there.
Job well done.
Maddie gonna go for a strat similar to Barbie's here. It looks like maybe going for the Arden skip. Does have the muscle stim active. I don't know what his warp strike or I'm sorry, Magitech booster count is. He has way more than enough to go for the Arden phase skip. Looking pretty good. Already through the first health pool. Just got to be careful about the second. Make sure he doesn't over damage. The main goal is to also try and get it. You can get the extended damage glitch that Barbie got, and I think Maddie may have over damaged Arden here. This might be a problem. Yeah, I think unfortunately because Arden is over damaged here, he is going to regenerate with a full bar of health. Well, half, realistically. So Maddie's going to also have to sit through this for a bit. Oh, no. Not as bad as I thought it would be, but let's get him through it.
I've never seen this strat before.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So if you do it right, Maddie overdamaged just a little bit, and that might just be unfamiliarity with the strat. But you basically leave Arden with like half a warp strike worth of health, and you get the extended damage, and you basically stop at that point, and then Arden does his jump where he tackles you. Coming up on time for Maddie here as well. And what you do is once it loads in, you literally do one of the held back warp strikes and it immediately transitions to phase 3. Super quick, super easy, takes that horrible phase 2 right out of the equation.
I'm seeing time on my side for Maddie.
Yep, that is correct.
GG's to Maddie.
GG. GDWP.
Good game, Maddie.
GG.
So. Meanwhile, I think DTG is just coming out of Aramon, so...
Yep. She's got
probably,
the Palace Rush to go. Hey, we got some SOP runners going in too. Let's give it up for them as well. If y'all, I saw the commentary slid in. If y'all want to introduce yourselves, I actually know all of you, so feel free if y'all ready to introduce yourselves and the runners.
Welcome to Strangers of Paradise. We are Team Chaos. Just kidding. We're showing off Strangers of Paradise with JT, FellVisage, and relxert. And yeah, we're showing you how to beat Chaos within 2 hours today. And yeah, with me is Jericson.
You are skilled.
Hello. Yeah, so thank you for the introduction. Yeah, while we finish watching up Final Fantasy 15, you are seeing in the other 2 runners have started Strangers of Paradise and have beaten the first boss. We'll obviously be able to go back through it as Team Tonberry catches up, so we'll let the Final Fantasy 15 people finish up for us.
No worries. Hey, it's good to see a run that I also run being run.
Now, I'll admit, I have not seen 15 yet. This is my first time, and it's really cool seeing how different Royal Edition is from the original release, which is the last time I played 15. So it's been fun watching and hearing the commentary.
It's worth poking through if you haven't, because it goes on sale for like $15-20 every once in a while, and I think it was free. It occasionally pops up free on like PlayStation Plus too.
Yeah, actually, right now it is part of the PS Plus Extra collection. So if you do have PS Plus Extra, Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition is part of it. It may actually be part of the PS collection itself. I don't remember.
As much as the internet doesn't want to let you know, it did do surprisingly well. I think they moved over 10 million copies of it, so kudos. On the fight side, though, it looks like DTG doing a good job. She actually got the stun on Cerberus, which is good. That is the quickest thing you can do. None of the other runners got that. But on second phase, you can actually knock Cerberus vulnerable and then finish it up with the Trident. It is a bit faster and efficient, in my opinion. And you don't have to worry about warp strikes missing or any other shenanigans. You just kind of put your foot down on the damage. Coming up next, she will be attending a dance with Ifrit. She is going to be looking... She's also going casual outfit. Y'all are risky as heck. Let me tell you something. But it looks like it should be pretty bog stock. Her items and inventory look correct. So hopefully we can get through it. Show y'all a very, very clean Ifrit.
Trouble. Don't worry, we got this. Have to get through those flames. Water might do the trick.
Pretty clean intro here as well.
Ash, show me what you can do.
I realize I can also close down some of these VLC players for more effective commentary.
I'm just happy that my laptop was able to play 3 windows at the same time. I did not expect it to have enough horsepower to do that.
I know mine does. I just spent a few days tinkering on the old gal.
Yeah, doesn't your CPU display your own Twitch emotes on the side of it now?
Among many things, yeah.
Show me what you can do. You got it.
All right, DTG getting the first part out of the way. Let's see what we got here. See if she is going to be clean. Hey, it looks like someone remembered to wear their tech turbocharger. All right, this Arden fight should literally be free. Looking pretty good here. Should be Ifrit sliding through frame right there. Perfectly timed. And as long as that magic goes off, looks pretty good. Damage is very much there. That is super clean. That is how you do an Ifrit since day one.
Clean fight.
Clean fight. Yeah, tech turbocharger. You can't get away from it, Maddie.
I could keep going.
Still great runs from Maddie and Barb. This is a bit of a pressure cooker environment for some people. I know we say it's fun and we're just showcasing stuff, but yeah, we're all a little bit competitive. But the fun thing is you get to directly race people that sometimes you might not be able to, learn some new strats, pick up some new ideas, and just get together as a community and kind of chitter-chatter a little bit and, you know, learn and grow. DTG going to make her way to Fierce. Should be pretty straightforward as well. Get the lightning off. Get the Trident a move-in, and then swap to Gladio. Great start here. Also afforded the ability of the Muscle Stem. As long as she doesn't do over about 65% of the Fierce's health, it should be pretty okay. Might be a little close there.
This is it. No doubt. See anything following us? I could keep going.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a little bit of an over damage, but we'll see what the backup strat is. I see enhancement coming into play. Casting that magic. And directly into Gladio. Yeah, this is not a bad play either. I do think that it's pretty good, plus or minus. You're kind of dependent on what the Fierce does, because once he gets into that spinning animation, it's a very long cooldown for him to be able to reset it. There we go. Forced it, and pretty clean fight there.
Did you see that? Face. Person under there? No way.
Lando, if you have the ability... and I recommended this a lot for Final Fantasy 15 speedrunners. Spend like $40 on an SSD, and if you need to, just come and track me down. I have a video on how to replace the hard drive in your PS4. It's actually really, really easy to swap out the hard drive for a solid state drive. I know for 15 runners, swapping from hard drive to a solid state is about a 20 to 25 minute time save. It's actually surprisingly simple. For the most part, I think 5 screws total, maybe 6.
I can confirm I followed that video and replaced my own a couple of years back. It's really easy.
DTG is in an elevator now, another form of transportation.
Yeah, let's try not to get stuck in that elevator this time.
Oh, come on, you had fun in Limit Break.
I did.
Dang, Stranger of Paradise team's already trucking through. Not to step on their toes, but it looks like Team Mog already through the first real mission. And Team Choco about to wrap up their second. As they mentioned, they're going to be... They'll catch you up to speed once Tonberry gets through it. But yeah, I enjoyed Stranger of Paradise. That's been a neat little run to learn. Great soundtrack, great environment. I think something not what a lot of people expected, but it's really fun to me. I enjoy it. It's great multiplayer, great casual, and pretty interesting tech for a speed run. Yes, it also has. All right, I'll do it. Chaos.
And Jack is without a doubt, and not even joking, probably one of the best, like, main characters in any spin-off FF game, like, period.
I love him so much.
He's so good.
It's just me. It's just me with a buzz cut. What are you on about?
I mean, we were talking about earlier how the best dialogue options that get you through things faster are just being rude to people, and Jack is basically that feeling personified.
Yeah.
If he even takes the time to respond to anybody, he just punches people in the mouth and walks away.
This game doesn't need cutscene skips because Jack does it for us.
And yet we still
a
skip.
really nice rogue here.
Does he still blast Limp Bizkit when he walks away?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm still disappointed none of us had the idea to actually do a cutscene percent run of this. I really should, because this game has way too many great moments for not to have a cutscene percent run.
Oh, they're comical as heck.
Like this game is like, without a doubt, it's like honestly really good. It's meme heavy at the start, but it's actually like a really great story.
I've had a lot of fun running it, to be honest. I'm not the greatest at it, and I'm still learning, but it's pretty neat.
Actually, I've been playing it a lot in co-op too. If anyone hasn't tried it, it's so much fun.
Co-op mode's
Especially,
just it's a bag of memes in the best way possible. It's so fun.
I never played it co-op before, and I would love to play it co-op.
and also the DLC made the classes way more interesting now. If you guys haven't checked it out.
Phase 1, all done for Mystic. Hey, do y'all remember when I said DTG was on pace for like a high 420 about 30 minutes into her run, and I said that I'm always right? Do you want me to hit the air horn button now, or do you want me to wait?
Blaze it.
Pew, 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 pew.
If there's one thing that we all should know, I'm always right. Not really. The DLC was really cool for the classes. I'll let the Stranger of Paradise homies take over that. DTG just wrapping up Mystic here. Should be pretty
Really clean. Wow.
Yep, that's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Don't think I've ever seen you so scared.
I just hate being surprised. Let's get it.
Speaking of FF15, Kias, just out of curiosity, have you read Dawn of the Future yet?
Have I read Dawn of the Future? No, I've been saving it for whenever I get to go to Japan, so I have something to read on the plane over. I'll get to it eventually, whenever that day comes. At this point, it's a joke anymore.
I started today, and without spoiling, it's really good. Like,
Yeah,
if
it's
anyone
really good.
played
I would have loved that.
if anyone
great
played
book.
15, I would absolutely. And you're interested what they scrapped, or what should I say, what they didn't release. If you want to see what happens, just get the book, because I think it's really well executed in there.
Would have been better to play it, but you know, take what I can get.
That part when Noctis slays the Jabberwocky and saves Narnia just gets me every time.
That's the Omega run,
While
Sharky.
singing in the rain while doing it.
While singing Stand By Me.
It blares softly in the background.
Take a good look, because we're headed right back into the thick of it.
DTG's ahead of PV.
Well, looks like you better get Arden skip to secure that victory. Hope you've been studying. Looks like I may have been off a few seconds. Oh well.
So close, yet so far.
It's starting to look like Team Tonberry could easily end up making up 10 minutes or more just in this 15 run.
Yep, as expected. All going to plan.
Water magic. Love it.
Everything according to Keikaku, is that how you pronounce it?
Something like that.
No sweat.
Alright, getting into the zone. I was definitely off a little bit for DTG, but then again, I'm not sure how her personal timer corresponds with the actual splitter that we're using on this side. There may be a bit of a drift. Looks like a pretty good setup for Arden skip here. Pretty good. I'm not seeing any potential issues here. Keep it nice and clean. Should be pretty much in the bag. Out for another warp strike. There you go. I'd end it there. A little bit too far. Might have to recover on that. See if she can set up the extended damage strike. Yeah, that'll be fine. You'll pull from that. No worries. Should be like maybe 3 warp strikes and good to go. Damn, it's almost like I know how this game works, huh?
I think you've done this.
Well,
one
exactly
before.
3. It was exactly 3.
Get ready on the old timer. Unfortunately, Arden falling down, denying a bit of a quick kill, but should get him when he stands back up. And get ready on time, Sharkles.
We'll watch your back.
Ready here.
And I am seeing
Never seen anything like that before?
Castle like
time
this.
on my end.
I bet they're not even
GG.
the setup.
Well run. Way to bring it back. Looks like a mid 421. Not bad. Terrific work from all the 15 runners.
GG.
Definitely.
And
check
another
them out.
PB in the relay.
If you haven't checked them out, check out the wonderful runners of Final Fantasy 15. If you need any of
Let's go.
our skills, check out the commentary. Final Fantasy 15 out. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins in. Best of luck to the runners, commentators. Stay beautiful.
Yes, thank you so much, and congrats to all the 15 runners. That was a very fun run to watch. So as we pull over to Strangers of Paradise, you'll see that JT on Team Tonberry just defeated Tiamat. So what you'll notice is that in the beginning of the game, there's actually a lot of tutorial and cutscenes. So we'll have some time to talk about stuff and answer any questions. We can see the other runners are a little bit further ahead and are gone their, what, 3rd or 4th missions now, Harvey?
Yeah. Team Mog, for instance, is right now on the Black Knight split, which is the next split coming up right now. So I have to pay attention to Team Mog because they're already really close to the next split for the run already.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
go ahead and do that. I can talk about what's going on with Tonberry, and Team Choco is also starting Western Keep. So, quick background on Strangers of Paradise. This is well, before launch, it was seen as a potential retelling of the original Final Fantasy I, which, if I look at our schedule correctly, Final Fantasy I Pixel Remaster is actually the next run, if I believe correctly, which is a very good thing to go into, because what Strangers of Paradise actually is a prequel to the original Final Fantasy.
That's why the title Final Fantasy Origin.
Yeah, which is also a play on words as well, because the PS1 release of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 is titled, at least in the US, Final Fantasy Origins. So it was interesting when they named it that for me. Every level, you can see during the loading screens, if you read the descriptions, every level is actually takes inspiration from various Final Fantasy games in the series. As well as, if you pay attention to the music in the background, it's pseudo rearrangement, pseudo brand new versions of various songs. So keep an ear out, see if you can pick up where they come from.
I could keep going.
So Tonberry just finished the tutorial where they learn how to use all of the buttons after they were killed by Tiamat, and they are now in a giant cutscene, which takes, I think this cutscene is like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, something like that. It takes a little while to get through it before they will start the first level.
Yeah, it's like a compilation of cutscenes and like running around and just advancing the plot.
Yeah.
That just takes a little bit, and also like load times and whatnot.
Yeah, so for this run, Fel and JT are actually running the PC version, whereas Relx is running the PS5 version, if I remember correctly.
That's right.
The big thing with this speedrun is the PC version, we do have a load time remover, which cuts out a lot of these cutscenes and stuff from your official times, whereas the console versions do not have that. If you want more information, feel free to head over to Speedrun. We have all the information there, as well as Relx is actually updating the guide for this game so you can learn how to run it. This is actually my first speedrun, and it's a fun one to learn.
And as you can see, we're already getting to the first split up on Fel's run, and as you can see, bosses are just getting decimated left and right with the Marudu job, and that's going to be the main job for basically all three runners. I don't know if they changed anything, because what's interesting about this game is you can have completely different routes or setups and be still relatively close to a top time despite having completely different strengths. So you have a ton of freedom when it comes to routing purposes and just designing and customizing what you want to play with and what do you think suits best for you to run. Maybe there are things that are slower in general, but you're still like extremely close to what an optimal time is, even though you're using something completely different, which makes this game extremely interesting for like customizability and just making your own like shop setup in this case.
Yeah, and I mean, as we've seen, if you've paid attention to Team Mog and Team Chocobo, you will have seen that they ran with certain jobs through the first level. So the first level is the Chaos Shrine, where we are going to defeat Chaos. If someone wants to count how many times we say the word Chaos, feel free. I'm curious how many times it is going to be. But we did see, as you saw early on, that JT actually opted to pop event, as we call them, with Pugilist, which is different than both the other runners. For the most part, you go for Marauder once you get it. You don't unlock that until after Provoca. And then you use that and White Mage for haste for basically the entire run, until some runners will choose to upgrade to Berserker, others will choose not to. It's fun. The main thing, though, is the axe the axe is completely broken in this game, and there was a recent patch put out with the launch of the DLC, which nerfed the axe a little bit. In regular runs, in post-game, it definitely did nerf the runs, but in our speed runs, we used the easiest difficulty there is for the speed run. It really didn't. We actually got faster times with the latest patch.
I mean, it still got changed, it still got nerfed, but this was countered by just using a lot of whatchamacallit, these special abilities, like not summon Tai Chi. That was before. That was before the update. Yep. And but we have reinforce, onslaught, and whatnot. What else?
I think onslaught was what we use now. So the DLC introduced a new class, and with that new class came a new weapon. I say class, I mean job. Jobs and classes, there is a difference between them. We don't mess with classes in the speedrun. They are something that gets unlocked in endgame, specifically in the DLC itself. But so a big thing that's made the runs more reliable is average item level. So if you've played, say, Final Fantasy XIV, you know what item level is. This game functions in a very similar way, and if your item level is too low for a mission, you will deal decreased damage and break damage. Before the patch, if you were more than 5 levels below the recommended, you had a decrease. The patch changed that to 10 levels below.
See anything following us?
So over on JT on Team Tonberry, we are entering the Chaos Advent fight. The design for Chaos is from the Dissidia design. So this game is made by Team Ninja, who also make the Dissidia games. So they use a lot of the similar designs. There's phase 1. So there are 2 ways to beat enemies. You either get rid of their break gauge or their health. And most of the bosses in this game have 2 phases. So we just finished phase 1, now we're on phase 2. With the speed run, we 99% of the time destroy their break gauge. And then we, what is called Soul Burst them, which you'll also see in other areas of the run. But here we have Jack just ending things with his fists. It's kind of how Jack takes care of all of his problems throughout the entire story.
Does Jack remember?
I do now.
It's just pure chaos. I'm sorry, I just had to.
So we are skipping a lot of the cutscenes, but like my favorite cutscene, I'll admit, in the entire game, we'll get to it later and I'll say where it is. You're fighting an enemy who's doing the whole big bad monologue, and Jack, off the side of the screen, just jumps in yelling, "I don't give a who you are," and punches the baddie in the face. It's amazing.
Just reminiscing in these cutscenes is some of the best time I've had with this game. Like there's so many great moments. If you haven't played this game, give it a chance. It's absolutely amazing. I think a lot of people just wrongfully
the marketing
it because they thought memes, so we shouldn't take this seriously. But I think these memes should be the appeal to get the game and then realize, oh, there's actually kind of a somewhat sophisticated and detailed story behind it.
There really is. It actually is a phenomenal story, and we'll try not to spoil too much. Obviously, some of the bosses will spoil stuff. We can see Fell is now fighting the Fused Elemental. So he is in... I actually don't know what the actual name of this level, where it is. The name of the level is now...
Referent Wetlands. Referent 13 is Referent Wetlands. Yes.
Yeah, I know it's from 13. The music... I love that song from 13. So as we mentioned, every one of the levels is based on... In-game, they call them dimensions. So that is Dimension 13 is what that level is based on. It's based on Final Fantasy 13. So every single level is based on something. And it's really cool because if you're a fan of the series, it's just nostalgia hit after nostalgia hit while you run around and make things explode into giant blood crystals. Sunlith Waterscape. Thank you so much, Lando.
Oh yeah, right. Sunlove Waterskip was I think that was the name of the theme from 13, right?
I think that's the location in 13. I think it may be the name of the theme as well.
See, I mean, I have played 13 recently, but only up until like chapter 7, and I have like such bad memory.
Astos said
It
the
is
crystal
both,
at the top
Lando,
of the
yeah.
tower.
So now, Tonberry is at the Provoca Sea Grot, which is based on Final Fantasy XIV. It's one of the dungeons. I don't remember the name of it. Someone will tell me. I don't really.
Yeah, all the 14 fans are gonna be like, dude, do you not remember? This was in 14. I'm sorry, I never played 14.
I'll admit, I haven't played. Sastasha, thank you. I couldn't remember. Thank you. I haven't played 14 since Realm Reborn launched. I played through the whole thing when Realm Reborn launched, and I haven't played since. What's cool is the PR team for 14, when this game launched, released a short video with sound of this level, being like, "Hey, look, we're in the new Stranger of Paradise." It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So,
and Fel now on his way through the Crystal Tower from Dimension 3, aka Final Fantasy 3. He's going to kill off an ogre here because this ogre is basically the path, or is basically blocking the path to where it has to go next. So the gimmick for this dungeon is you have a lot of like crystals that you have to destroy, and those crystals can be either destroyed with spells that you have. And in Fel's case, he is parrying this fire and then using this fire to kill the crystal or destroy the crystal right there. And then just going through the dungeon like that. However, these platforms and these staircases are relatively small, so enemies can actually throw you off and you can take quite a bit of damage. And as you might have also noticed, Fel is using haste here because haste also increases your walking speed. And as you might be able to see later, relxert is afterwards also using an ability called Flee, because you can stack Flee and haste up on top of each other, which makes you even faster. So Jack will walk at an insane amount of speed. That's going to be used later on for like just going through the game as fast as possible.
yeah, so I know for certain Relx will be unlocking Flee at the end of this map. Depending upon your luck with what are called anima shards, depending on your luck with the drop of those, you can unlock it at the end of this map or at the beginning of the next map. The name of the locations as you play through, they are the locations from the original Final Fantasy. They're just taking inspiration from the various Final Fantasy games that have been made to help build the levels and build the story. And there is a story about why that is happening. So, and it gets explained a little bit, but basically there's a super race, quote unquote, that is using this planet as their plaything and messing around with it by adding things from other dimensions. Some of it isn't actually talked about in the game, and it has been, I've seen someone online has been retranslating some of the Japanese side materials, and they give a lot more information in those. I hope one day they come out in other languages, because it would be amazing for all of us to be able to read it. But right now, this is what we have. And yeah, so Dissidia was the first one to introduce this idea of the multiverse. Dissidia was never considered canon, as far as I know. This game kind of makes it canon, in a way. As long as you consider this game canon in the storyline.
I mean, it does take place before FF1, so it doesn't really take away anything. It just adds something.
And so the only thing, in my opinion, there's only one thing that really this game kind of supersedes as far as FF1 is concerned, and that is the Dark Elf, Astos. But we'll see him a little bit later. Tonberry is now at Bikke the Pirate. So this is one of the few bosses where at one point in time, we killed their health first. He only has one phase. But as we're watching JT, he is just destroying Bikke and his pirate buddies.
And I think all three of them use completely different strats for bosses so far. So
all three of them have, yeah.
Yeah, this makes a commentary. As I said at the beginning, you have insane amount of customization and customizability for this game. So having three completely different runners makes it a bit difficult, like going into depths of detail what kind of strats they use. Because everyone uses something different, and maybe they adjust something on the fly because they realize, I got like a bad weapon drop right here. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I think we haven't mentioned drops yet. So this game has random drops. Like everything you can get is random. I think except some chests are 100% guaranteed, but not everything is 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, so there's a few.
Yeah,
there's a few rewards after bosses that are guaranteed. So BiC actually has a guaranteed axe and a guaranteed chest piece. Those are guaranteed drops. There's a couple chests as well, but everything else, all the enemy drops, they are from a pool. And sometimes you don't get a good drop pool. So what we hope for in this game is to keep up on our axe for item level, because axes don't drop everywhere. And if you get a bad drop with your axe and your armor isn't up to snuff, you will start doing less damage to enemies. We joke about ending the game with a level 50 axe and the final boss is level 110, 111, something like that.
I think isn't like the last couple of things that you, or like the armor and the equipment you get for like the end is like level 120, 130-ish.
Yeah, so I think the final level might be 120. So I believe that's where the end is, and if you optimize right before then. Anyone who's running this game, even casually, I will tell you, if your item level is low going into the next level, just go into it. Because each level has a maximum item level they will drop, so the first set of enemies you fight in the next one will give you the appropriate armor and stuff. It's the problem with us doing the speedrun is we always use axe. For the most part, most of us will use axe, which is a lower drop rate on some maps than others, especially a lot of the end game maps.
Over there.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, and that's why the joke about having low level axes is coming from, because we all had like level 50 axes going into the final boss before, even though you really want at least a triple-digit axe when going into the final boss, because yeah, they do tank quite a bit, even though we have extremely powerful weapons. Or should I say, even though Marauder is an extremely powerful job, having a axe that's only half as good as it's supposed to be, yeah, it's not very good. You can imagine. Barely doing damage.
Well, it decreases your overall item level immensely. So when you're using an axe, you can't use a shield. And your item level is based upon the average item level of all items you have equipped. So you have one less item slot that you have an item equipped, which makes that axe weight a lot higher than the others. So we see Tonberry is going through Western Keep, which we saw earlier, so in a little bit they will be fighting Black Knight. You will have seen with Team Mog and Team Chocobo that they are now in the Flying Fortress, which I don't know how high it flies in the original Final Fantasy. It's been a while since I played, but we're in orbit right now in this game.
Flying Fortress is a part of Final Fantasy IV, but I honestly am not entirely sure if this is supposed to be a reference to the Lunar Whale or to the Tower of Babel. I'm not or if it's supposed to be the Moon Dungeon, but just subterranean. In general, because I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea. So there is a Flying Fortress in 1. You do go to it at one point. It's after the Crystal Mirage. But it's a pretty short dungeon compared to what we have here. And I don't think it's in orbit in the original game. So they actually, you will have heard Jed say, "Oh no, where are we?" And I will say the voice acting, even though it's very memey in English, apparently the Japanese is very different. It's much more grounded in Japanese. But
they've taken it a lot more serious in JP. Like if you listen to the voice acting, you're like, oh yeah, they're dead serious.
Well, and I believe they changed the dialogue after the memes became so big in English, they did do a bunch of stuff to lean into it. And when it released, I believe the voice actor for Jack actually like watched people do run-throughs and commentated and stuff.
Okay, that I didn't know. That's actually cool.
Yeah. So Tonberry is finishing phase 1 now of Black Knight, and we're now on phase 2. It is a very quick phase because the axe is busted. So normally, in a normal fight, the Black Knight will have... and there's the death.
That's the split for Black Knight for Tonberry.
Yeah, and I love that. You knock his head off, and then you stab him with his own halberd. And when you're wearing a different gear, he does this really strange smile right there. It's kind of creepy.
It's basically a grin. It's not even a smile. It's basically a grin.
Yeah, it's weird. I love it though.
It's so Jack. It's very much Jack.
It really is. And now Mog is on Tiamat again.
But to explain as to why we had Tiamat at the beginning, Tiamat at the very start is basically a unexplained tutorial fight where you just get thrown into the game and you're like, okay, what do I have to do? And you can't die, as far as I know, and you just have to fight Tiamat and see if you can kill him. You can kill him, it's no problem, because you can't die, but it's basically just to know, oh, okay, what is everything, to a little bit get used to it. Very good start. And to explain how fast they're killing Tiamat is the #1 ability that they're going to use throughout the run, called Brutal Tackle. Brutal Tackle is a ability that only Marauder and Berserker jobs can use, and or should I say, all axe wielders can use, and it's absolutely broken. Because Brutal Tackle just absolutely destroys the break gauge of any enemy you're using it on. So you can, if you see someone having a Brutal Tackle charged up to level 3, and they're using the Brutal Tackle and completely going to the boss, you can just see the entire break gauge completely depleting in one go. It's absolutely crazy how much damage Brutal Tackle does.
Yeah, Brutal Tackle, so it hits multiple times is what it is. And Brutal Tackle was actually specifically nerfed in the DLC patch, but on story mode it is still busted. There are some enemies, if you have too low of an axe, that can survive it, but it's basically our bread and butter throughout the rest of the run.
We are quite high up after all. Perhaps we may
And now
have the chance to
we
track
can
through a
see
blizzard.
a throwback to yesterday. Team Mog is at Mount Gagazet.
We're in FF10 now, boys and girls, and everything.
So, coming up shortly, we'll actually be running through basically a Hall of Faith. I don't remember if it's at the end of Mount Gagazet where you're going through the caves and you just see the people frozen in stone. You'll see it very quickly when we get through this next section over on Team Choco.
I have not played FF10 yet, so you might know more than I do in that regard.
Oh yeah, 10's one of my favorites. But anyways, we can talk about that more when Tonberry gets there as well, because Tonberry just changed the weather to rain. So Sunlith Waterscape has an interesting mechanic where you have to control the weather. So there are weather orbs, which will change the weather from sunny and dry to rainy and wet. And you basically, in order to solve puzzles, have to go to an area, throw down a rope, use it, then run through another area, and you do that a whole bunch of times throughout the whole map.
It's kind of like almost like a not really puzzle game, but it's more like environmental puzzle game in that regard, which is kind of interesting because you don't really see that in games like these, I think.
No, and from what I've heard from a few runners who've played this in co-op, it's actually really fun on co-op too, because you can actually keep one of the runners at the weather, so then you can actually advance through a lot faster, especially when that one where you have to like throw down the rope and all this other stuff.
I'm so over climbing.
Oh, and we're also seeing the first difference. You'll notice, I'm sure some people have noticed that Team Chocobo is on a completely different map than Team Mog. So there's a point in the game when you beat Tiamat where you can choose which way to go. You can either go restore the Fire Crystal or restore the Earth Crystal. Team Mog has chosen to restore the Earth Crystal, so that involves going through... Honestly, I don't know the name of the map. I always just call it Mount Gagazet, and then to the Earth Shrine, and the other way is to go through this kind of swampy forest thing that, again, I think it's Misty Arbor.
I think it's something. Wicked Arbor. Wicked Arbor.
Wicked Arbor. Thank you.
That I do remember, but I do not remember the Mount Gagazet name.
I don't remember the Mount Gagazet name. Hollowed Massive. That is why.
Hollow
I don't
Massive.
Remember the name.
Thank you so much.
Thank
oh my
you,
god.
Lando.
I probably couldn't have slept if I didn't know the name.
So if you go the fire route, you'd go to Wicked Arbor and then you go to Mount Gold. And Wicked Arbor is based on Final Fantasy IX, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it's based on Evil Forest in F9.
Evil Forest, yep. And then Mount Golg is based on the Fire Cavern from Final Fantasy VIII. Mount Gag, obviously, Hollowed Massif, as we've been calling it, is Mount Gagazet and has a giant zombie dragon at the top of it. And the Earth Shrine is based on Final Fantasy XII. So it's a lot of fun stuff. Complete with demon walls.
Okay, they're now both on really annoying boss fights, or boss fights that can be really annoying.
The two worst boss fights.
Yeah, relxert is currently on Marlboro, which in my opinion is probably and by far the worst one, because of how RNG heavy it is to fight him. But man, that fight was incredibly clean from relxert's side. That was incredibly clean. I didn't see any problems with that fight. That was clean.
And even this dragon zombie fight is pretty good. There's a little, there's a couple slip ups there, but nothing serious by any means.
Yeah, nothing serious, but it could have been a lot worse. Like you can easily die in that fight if Dragon does not want to cooperate.
Yeah, I've seen
that was really
both.
clean.
That was really clean. I've actually, my last run I did the other day against Marlboro, I thought I was dead. He got me down to literally 1 HP as my brutal tackle went off. It was insane. So now they're going on to the next 2 shrines, and then since they started opposite, they'll go back opposite. And Tonberry is now doing their version of Crystal Mirage. So we can actually talk about that first ogre, whatever they're called. Gigas. They're called Gigas, I think. Are they? I don't remember. Where it's kind of hard enemy because you have no MP built up. So in this game, you start every single mission with 200 MP, which we just call 2 bars. So a bar of MP is used to cast your abilities. And the problem with this enemy is that he has a lot of HP, a lot of break, and we go into it usually with no MP. So you can hit his back to do extra damage, but it's not the easiest thing to do. And then he has that ability where he'll grab one of you and chuck you on the ground. That is considered an unblockable attack. So there are 3 ways of defending things in this game. There's dodging, obviously. There's blocking, and then there is soul shielding. So soul shielding increases your MP when you do it. And you also can soul burst enemies, which you've seen enemies like blow up into giant red crystal. That is a soul burst, and that gives you maximum MP as well. Sorry, excuse me. So that boss can be a pain in the butt simply because we have so little MP to work with. And Mog just killed their first demon wall. It's one of, I think, 2 or 3 demon walls that we have to kill. I say demon wall, they're not really demon walls, they're just moving demon walls.
Yeah, they're just like objects, they're not really like enemies that you fight, they're literally just like objects.
Yeah, it's
an interesting gimmick, I think this game tries a lot of different things that I think is very underrated. Because of just how different it tries to be.
For sure. And so I will say, for any of you glitch hunters out there, if you can find a way to skip through Earth Shrine, please do. There are 3 different parts where you can see the level below you, but the game will reset you back to where you are if you try to jump down. So if anyone can find a way to do that, we could easily save minutes just by skipping half of Earth Shrine.
Hey, Sophia.
There's currently no known skips or glitches in this game. We have to play every single main mission, and we don't really do it exactly how the game wants us to sometimes, but we do have to play through it.
I wouldn't.
Do you remember anything about that place, Ash?
Exactly. This game has an absolute shortage of glitches, so if there's any glitch hunters out there who's trying to figure out a new game that you want to glitch on in, feel free to glitch on in this game, because this game could really use some.
Yeah. Especially, so the two maps that I've been trying to, the Earth Shrine as shown by Team Mog, and then a little bit later on, we have the Water Shrine, which has two really, really annoying enemies that we would love to be able to skip
Hey,
past.
Jack. Are you mad at us?
Okay, now Team Mog getting up onto your favorite boss, about your favorite cutscene in a second. That we sadly cannot watch because, yeah, it's a speedrun and we don't watch cutscenes in a speedrun.
These crystals
Exactly. It's the Lich, and I love his characters. I will say all the boss designs in this game are both classic and new at the same time, and I am here for it. Merilith is probably the only one that is close to the original design, but we're coming up on Lich right now, who I love the change in design for Lich. It's not what I expected.
But it's a good design, I think.
Oh, it fits the theme of the level big time.
Show me what you can do.
It really does.
So here he is. Here's Lich.
So how Lich works is basically Brutal Tackle, and that's phase 1, if you wouldn't have teleported away. But yeah, that's how insane Brutal Tackle is. If you get a fully charged Brutal Tackle, phase 1, gone. Get another Brutal Tackle, phase 2, gone.
Yeah, so normally with Lich, he actually can drain you, he summons skeletons, he has pools that he places on the ground. They're really annoying. But if you do the speedrun right, he doesn't do any of that. Sometimes, I've had runs though where he will teleport in the middle of Brutal Tackle. It's like, really? To the other side of the map? Tonberry is at the Chimera, so this is kind of where we get a good split in the enemies. This is the first enemy that we have the chance to use Brutal Tackle on. First phase of Chimera, he has wings and can fly, and half the time when runners run, he starts off flying, which Brutal Tackle will not hit. So we also get Ground Pound, which can hit him. And there's phase 2 for Chimera, which, pro tip, if you're fighting Chimera, on phase 2, run to his side. Most of his attacks hit either out front or behind, and if you're right up against his side, you won't get hit.
Why do we call it Brutal Tackle and not Broken Tackle? It's legit just an extremely broken ability.
It's so broken. We've tried other stuff. We have a runner who's been trying to get Katana and Ronin to work. We've had runners that have tried to get Pugilists to work. Nothing works as well as Brutal Tackle for a new game story run. For hard run, some other stuff works, and for chaos runs, other stuff definitely works.
Wait, did you just say chaos? Is someone keeping count on chaos? The how many times we said chaos in this chaotic stream? Okay, but stop saying chaos now.
So Tonberry is now up in the Flying Fortress. And let's see here. Mog is at Wicked Arbor. And Chocobo is at Mount Gagazet. Hollowed Massive. I can never call it that. And he's blowing up these vents, which are... They have these, like, crests on them that you can see on this thing. This brick. And by blowing up all 3 of them, the brick destroys, and we can go to the boss.
And as you can see right now, the places have switched. Now Team Choco is in Hollowed Massive and Team Mog is in Wicked Arbor. Yeah, as you can see, it changed quite a bit. Or should I say, they kind of swapped the places that they were in. And I think Krell is actually pulling ahead, could that be it? Because he's already done with Hollowed Massive, while Fell is still working on Wicked Arbor.
I will say, Wicked Arbor is longer than Hollowed. Hollowed Massive is one of the shorter levels in the game because we know where to not fall. So there are 2 areas that the level wants you to run through where the ground just falls out beneath you that we just skip right by. So it's not really a skip, it's just there's a side path right next to it, and if you know it's there, you go down it.
Will it be treasure?
And that was a very clean dragon zombie from relxert.
Yeah.
Very clean fight.
Poor Sarah. Being offered up like a prize.
And as you can see, Brutal Tackle just absolutely doing all the things they need to absolutely destroy this boss fight. Absolutely insane.
So relxert is currently the leader for console, and he's been very, very big on making the guide and running and trying to figure out where we can save seconds here and there.
Yeah, him and I had kind of a rivalry going on back in like when the game came out. I was going for world record, and then he was like, "Nah, fam, I'm gonna go for world record," and we kind of like topped each other off on and off. It was an awesome time, but now I cannot keep up with him anymore. It's really cool.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, there was a day where you both swapped 3 times.
Yeah, we swapped within the day. I think I got like record in the morning, then he beat me like an hour afterwards, and then in the evening I got it back. And I think the next morning I woke up, was like, oh my god, he beat me already. I was like, man, when would it stop?
So Mog just cleared phase 1 of Marlboro, which is the hardest phase of Marlboro. So far so good. Oh, a bad tongue tied right there. He looks like he blocked it though, so we're good. And there's a Marlboro for Mog. I love that. So the killing blow for Marlboro, he tries to eat you and Jack kills him from the inside. It's beautiful.
It's so Jack. It's so Jack, and I love it. It's like this game is so perfect when it like encapsulates the character's like personality, or should I say Jack in this case, Jack's personality in its animations alone. It's so perfect.
For sure. And I would say for anyone playing this game, if you haven't played it, I recommend playing through it twice with cutscenes. Because as you learn about what the game is and what the story is, playing back through it a second time and seeing the personalities of not only your party members and Jack, but also the enemies and bosses and how they all fit together is wonderful.
That's an impressive door.
So Mog is now at Mount Golg. So we completely missed Mount Golg when Chocobo was doing it. So we can talk about it a little bit. Golg intends for you to shut off these lava pools. We just run through them, and it saves so much time. It's beautiful. We don't care about the lava.
I'm not entirely sure, but at the pace both are going right now, like Mog and Choco, I think they might almost break even at the end of this boss fight, because when they both kill, they will be on the next area at the same area next.
Yes,
so they might break even after this boss fight. So that's really interesting to see.
So the Marlboro to Golg is shorter than Dragon Zombie to Lich, so it does go by a lot faster. Like they're already over halfway done with Mount Gold. But now we're back to Tiamat, so we can actually talk about Tiamat, and Tiamat is the bane of casual run and sometimes speed runs as well. So Tiamat has 2 phases. The first phase is honestly no different than the tutorial. Second phase, Tiamat gains the regenerate ability, so when her break gauge or health gauge drops too low, she will use regenerate and rebuild all of her break and health. Which is a problem if you don't kill her quick enough. Hopefully we get a good hit here. This should do it. That's a good time for Brutal Tackle, and they got regenerate skip. So what a lot of runners will do, as you saw, was decrease that break gauge a certain amount first to guarantee that Brutal Tackle will kill. Because if that Brutal Tackle does not kill, it will use regenerate and regenerate all of the health and break damage that you did.
This looks good. I think Team Choco is ahead now officially.
I think
Choco
so.
is officially ahead now because they be Lich before Merilith.
Yeah, barely, but yeah, a couple seconds.
They're like 20 seconds apart, max.
Oh, true.
Like
yeah.
this is getting close. This is getting so close for Choco and Mog.
And it's really fun to see how close these really are because, as mentioned at the beginning, Mog and Tonberry are running PC, and Chocobo is running console, and it's all pretty tight. Luckily, depending on your PC, I know we do have a runner who actually had to stop running for a while because they were having like 5-minute loads between every single.
Jesus. I think I think that kind of fixed itself though with the update. I think I heard a lot of people say that the loads were fixed when the update happened.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I could be wrong, so don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it, please.
Everyone quote him on that, remember. So now we're heading to Ruins of Machina for both Chocobo and Mog.
They're on the same load speed.
Yeah, they're literally seconds apart. It's amazing.
Who's loading in first? Wow, Fell is actually ahead because of loading. No way. Fell is actually ahead because of loading.
And this is the reason why we do have them separate out run is because everyone's PC loads differently. And then on console, there is a slight difference between HDD and SSD.
Solid state drive.
Yeah, I put one in my PS5 and I don't remember what it's called half the time. So they are now at Ruins of Machina, and this is a Final Fantasy V level. And in the description, they actually joke about it, where all the descriptions for all the levels are called Fool's Missives, and they're written by Astos. And he writes down for this level, I don't understand why they chose a world full of area of the world full of machines when there's literally an area of this world that is all about what we care about. So it's fun.
Nothing's
here.
ever easy for us, is it?
And this is also the level where the story starts to come together. Before this, it really is kind of still memey, and it's after this level where it all starts to coalesce together and starts to make confused.
Okay, Rel pulled ahead again by like 2 seconds. It's insane. They're so tied to each other.
So these two are two amazing runners for this game, and it's so fun because they do use different strategies, and it's fun to see it work. So yeah, Rel was pulled ahead there for a second, and now Fell is back ahead.
It's neck on neck right now for Choco and Mog. It's insane. Oh yeah, I think they added for the mage job is that if you charge a spell while but not casting it while in the mage menu, you actually regain MP. I don't think that was a thing before the update, but they actually added that after. Wait, was it?
Yeah, so you can recharge 100 MP mage, and I actually use it for when I first beat the game, farming Chaos. There we go again. So yeah, they named the hard difficulty Chaos difficulty. It makes no sense. But yeah, that's been in the game. Tonberry just finished Marlboro, and it was another really clean fight. Apologies, we're like all over the place because we have a neck-and-neck race on one side, and then Tonberry is a little bit behind, but not too bad. Couple levels, and it's a lot of fun. That will allow us to really talk about stuff more in depth.
Like seeing this neck-on-neck race is just, oh my god, it's just insane. And how many hours are we? We are 26 hours in, and we are like less than 5 seconds apart between Choco and Mog. This is incredible.
Yeah, it's like I care. This game is insane how quick the runners are. So it will be interesting to see what happens at the end. So the strategy that Fell uses is different than even I use, and I'm not really too knowledgeable on it, but they use a couple different abilities, and the final 2 missions will, I think, decide where they place at the end of this relay.
I remember
or not relay, at the end of this leg of the relay, as it were.
Okay, so this is a skip that is done in the run. In this era, you're actually supposed to like destroy, I don't know what they are, but like light orbs left and right of the cannon. But you can actually skip that. And if I'm honest, even in casual, I never destroyed those. I just went to the Darkman and destroyed the cannon.
Oh, so you've never actually played it right?
I never done it right. I saw that you can destroy it. It's like, wait, how do I get to the left side? I was just too. I just couldn't be bothered going to the other side. I was like, wait, can you just go to the center, destroy it? And of course you can.
And what's fun is you can actually soul shield the giant beam. What they should have done was make it so you can't soul shield that beam. That's what they should have done.
Oh. Now Fel is pulling ahead because Rel is doing a menu here.
Yeah, so Rel is, I want to say, doing their final menu. It looks like they went with an earlier Berserker. So we're now on Crayclaw, which is our next split. So that's a really quick phase 1 for Fel, where we now destroy the beam cannon on its back. But it is still a giant scorpion.
Looks like that set it off. I think it might need someone to calm it down.
So yeah, because of the menu, I think it's going to be like a 10-second difference here.
Yeah, so that should be split for Fel.
That's split for Team Mog, yes. And then right afterwards, it's going to be Team Choco.
Yeah. And we have Merilith up on Team Tonberry. So this Merilith fight in casual can be really annoying. She does move a lot, and she attacks repeatedly. But Brutal Tackle takes her down pretty quickly. Now she's in fire mode. Oh, yep, I just saw that for Rel. Apologies.
Yep. No problem. That's split for Team Choco. They're really close to each other now.
Yeah, they really are. So yeah, here's the kill on Merilith. We just punch her in the face. Like, Jack, I feel, should be using fists more than an axe with how he fights the bosses, but it works. So now, Mog and Choco are both going to be going into the Sunken Shrine, which, for those who are keen-eyed, is based on the Junon reactor from Final Fantasy VII. And this is another level where if you can teach us a way to skip down to the bottom, so the entire level is basically you're going down and down and down until we get to the bottom. If you can find a way that we can just skip straight to the bottom at any point, we would love you. Because we have to collect 2 keys right now, and collecting those keys is behind 2 tough enemies. So there's basically two mechanics on this map. Some of the maps have different mechanics to them. So the Sunken Shrine has mechanics of these doors. So there are generators you have to destroy, which open up these doors. And then there are key doors as well. There's also that thing right there that Fel just attacked, which are like little bombs. And as the maps go, they kind of teach you little hints for the boss fights. So those kinds of things we can see when we get to Kraken are in the Kraken arena, and we actually do use it, some of us anyways, for part of the fight.
It's just incredible seeing them zoom through so fast with haste and flee on top of each other. Absolutely incredible.
And for a lot of Chaos runs, people not only use haste and flee, but they also use teleport as well. Highly recommend you shut off your sound if you're watching someone do a Chaos run, because just hearing the teleport sound will drive you insane.
Okay, I just have to mention it. I cannot take the word Chaos seriously anymore, because every time someone says Chaos, I instantly have to smile. Yeah, it's gotten to that point.
That's funny. So Tonberry just cleared the first ogre and wall. As we can see, if you take a quick look at some of the walls, or if you play this game on your own, look at these ice walls. You will actually see, especially right here, some people frozen in the walls, as well as little crystals and stuff that appear from Final Fantasy X. In this next section, don't run to the left. Never run to the left here. You will fall down and have to find your way back up. It's a very annoying mechanic, and it's not a mechanic used on the boss fight, unfortunately.
Tells me they'd be in a bad mood either way.
And now one of the relxert falling into the water. And that's a first. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Not very good because he does now not have flee and haste anymore. And we're now fighting one of the most hated fights before the.
But that was so
patch
clean.
happened. Yeah, that was really clean on Fell's part.
I've never had a clean one like that. I've been more like where Rel's right now.
Yeah, with getting bad breath the entire time. Yep. Oh, and getting squashed as well. Yeah, that happens too often.
So this is one of the biggest RNG enemies in the game. So you can manipulate it slightly. There are explosive canisters around, and the intention from the developers is for you to bait the Marlboro to those canisters, because it does a lot of damage to them, which I believe is what Fell did. Or it could be that Fell uses Seal of Blood, which makes a single attack very, very strong. But they will be coming up to Kraken very shortly. And the design for Kraken, like most of the bosses, has changed, and I think it is really dope how it looks.
I think also the boss mechanic on how the boss fight can be done and how it can influence the boss fight is, for Kraken, extremely interesting. Because it adds not only the water that it can dive in, but it also has like these, I think, electricity orbs, or what do you call it? Like, I don't know, how do you call them?
See, I call them electric orbs. So those things that we saw Fell blow up earlier, we use that to our advantage. So Phase 1 Kraken, like everything else, is really, really easy. We just hit him with Brutal Tackle and then rip off his tentacles. Phase 2, however, he dives into the water, usually right off the bat, so right now he's going to do it. So he runs to the edge, dives in the water, we blow those up, which actually knocks him out of the water and stuns him. Gives you just enough time to kill him like that. If you don't realize that that's what those do, he will stay in the water for a good 15 seconds before jumping out and using a tsunami to hit everything. And JT is done with Phase 1 of Dragon Zombie, another clean Dragon Zombie, where you rip off his tail, it sinks into the ground, and then it pops out and just starts spewing poison at you nonstop. And that is the fastest Phase 2 I've ever seen.
That's Dragon Zombie and Kraken on both Fell and relxert's side. And we're now moving on to... is it Vigilant Court already? No. It's is it FF11 now?
I think it's...
what is it? It's not FF11.
No, it's not FF11 yet. It's back to Cornelia.
Oh, yeah, right. Cornelia.
It's the Possessed.
Right. FF11 is after Cornelia, I think.
Yeah, so this is one of the few levels we skip in Chaos difficulty, because there is no Chaos difficulty to it. It is only a normal difficulty level. So the pirates are pissed off and are wanting to kill everything. And that's what this level is. We are killing pirates who are turning into monsters, as well as Bic A2. And we have Tonberry just zooming through the Earth Shrine, which is based on Wraithwall's tomb from Final Fantasy XII. Those of you who watched the 12 run last night can see the similarities in it. So this is a section in this map where they intend for you to do something different. So there's a lot of strong enemies right there, and they intend for you to go around, open up a whole bunch of doors. It's like a 15-minute detour to get to the other side of this vent. We just run right in, destroy the vent, and keep moving. Saves a ton of time. And then, yeah, we get to the Demon Wall section and keep going. But there's a lot of undead and stuff here. I believe they do take extra damage from Holy, but I don't think I've ever stopped to kill the undead skeletons. I always just run past them.
No mercy, or we die. Yeah, I know.
Cornelia now, where FellVisage and relxert are, is at the start a lot of walking. You can actually run past basically all encounters in Cornelia. Only the last one is the one that is actually interesting for the game that you need to kill, which is our good friend, or well, our cursed friend, Bika in this case. And he's now attacking us because, yeah, he got cursed. And yeah, we have to rid of him. And not only, well, for like of his curse, but actually like in general, he actually passes away. So we're losing one friend after this fight. So yeah, this game is getting very serious now, and like with very somewhat sentimental and sad tones. So yeah, it went from memey to like relatively very depressive kind of game.
Yeah, so from here on, the game is very, very downturned. So Gay and all the pirates were possessed of darkness. If I didn't know any better, and it's actually true, Nomura had a very big hand in this game as far as character designs and story elements. And with how much they talk about darkness in this game, I would sometimes consider it a Kingdom Hearts game.
I was about to say, sounds very KH. That sounds very KH of you.
It really is. And I see in chat someone, yes, this is a very Neo style loot drop. I believe it's actually the same team that made Neo.
It is the same team.
Which is a very fun change of pace. If you want to learn to speedrun a Final Fantasy game, but don't want to have to deal with excessive menus and everything else that is involved with a standard JRPG run, this is a very fun run to learn. It's a little... when first starting, it takes about 2 hours, 15 minutes, 2.5 hours to learn the run. But as you learn the maps, that time goes down immensely.
It goes down really quickly. The way I ran the game first was I used the sword route, like route with the double hand swordmaster. Yeah, I forgot the job name, but basically my strat was spin to win, because with the sword route, what you could do is you could just hold R2, and Jack would use his MP to just start spinning around enemies. And that would be was my strat for the entire run. And I got like a 2 hour, 20-minute run with just doing spin to win.
Yeah.
Like, so, I had no route, nothing. I just went spin to win and I got a 2 hour 20. That was really fast for basically having no route.
Fairy tale, right? Everyone's heard of it.
Yeah, so unfortunately Tonberry had the luck with Lich. It teleported during the first brutal tackle, then it got its embrace off, where it grabs onto you, and that's a lot of time waste there. Not time waste, time loss. And it's just unfortunate RNG. There is a little bit of that with Lich. We actually see Mog hanging out with a Tonberry there for a little bit. So, of our 3 mascots for this run, only Tonberries are found in this game. There are no Chocobos, and there are no Mogs, as they were not introduced into the Final Fantasy series until later games. Yeah, Beyblade Tactics, yes. So, with the recent patch, they added an extra mode, which gives you some infinite stuff. And there are some affinities on equipment that we don't do during the run, but when you play for regular or you do high-end runs, like endgame runs, we use them. So I actually use Beyblade Tactics to beat all the missions on the highest difficulty. All right. Where I just hold spin to win and kill them all.
It's actually ridiculous amounts of fun just spinning to win.
It's a lot of fun, and I do love that. Especially in the end game, there are so many builds out there. There's so much things you can do. It does take time. There is RNG drops to get the gear you want and everything, but it is just such a fun time. And once you learn a few of the missions that you like to grind, it's actually relaxing compared to the speedrun, which is not relaxing.
It's constant stress to be like, I have to be on the go. I cannot waste any second just standing still. Unless you're in an elevator.
Elevators are the best thing because they allow us to actually look at our menu for more than a second.
Oh yeah, one other thing I forgot to mention. It's a very small thing, but it's probably something that you might not notice at first, but you can't open the menu while running through the game. However, if there is no aggro around you, you cannot run while walking. However, if there is like enemies targeting you, and if you can hear like the battle music in the background happening, you can open the menu and at the same time run through.
Yeah, it just takes some practice because you can still see, as we see actually in the menu right now, still see the stuff behind that's going on, but you have to kind of know where on the map you are. I have too many times when I've been running, especially the first level Chaos Shrine, just ran into a wall and not realized it until I got out of the menu.
Can we get everyone in chat to say chaos once we beat chaos?
There's a locked door around every corner.
Hey,
They must really want to.
Like
his name is Darkness Manifest. Let's get it right.
it's still chaos in my heart.
It's totally chaos.
It's chaos. It's
They
complete chaos.
They just did not want to call him that. I actually saw one of the interviews. Yeah, we could.
Let's investigate.
That's what everyone expected. I was like,
So we
really?
didn't.
So we didn't because you expected it. Instead, we
I was
named the first boss.
I was actually surprised when the name was like, yeah, I'm Darkness Manifest. Like, no, you're chaos. You're chaos.
And you totally
we all
expect
know
them-
you are. We all know you are.
Yeah, and so there is one boss in this game that changes his name from phase 1 to there's two bosses that change their name from phase 1 to phase 2, and you completely expect that to happen with Darkness Manifest, and they don't do it, and it's kind of disappointing.
My instincts are telling me we'll find Astor.
But the fight is a blast.
I think I'm right.
I like that fight.
Team Mark now getting up to Iron Giant, another one of the boss that killed a ton of runs. I just remember that I died a bunch of times here, and he just likes to absolutely destroy you with his attacks. Maybe you know a bit better because it's been a while since I've done runs of SOP, so...
He can still be a pain. So Iron Giant tends to be the first boss you get to where you have the chance of being underleveled. And especially first phase, it is slow and it is strong. And if I'm correct, Iron Giant's the first enemy in this game that we see that is not from the original Final Fantasy game. I believe he's one of 3 enemies that are not in the original. Or 4, Crayclaw as well. So Crayclaw's the first.
Team
now-
Tonberry coming up in Crayclaw almost. And
Yes.
we're on the same boss fight for Mog and Choco.
But Mog
And that's
is-
Giant on Mog. Wow.
yes,
That was a fast second phase.
very fast second phase. Second phase I've always found to be faster than first phase. But yeah. So Tonberry is taking out the cannon. Oh no, they got grabbed. They got grabbed. Oh, that's awful. Oh no, grabbed again. They are having the worst RNG trying to take out this cannon. Because that wastes your MP. So when you go to use an ability, it spends the MP. So he just went through 2 or 3 bars of MP trying to destroy that cannon.
And now in second phase for Team Choco on Iron Giant. And that should not take too long, I hope, at the very least.
It shouldn't. It's now very fitting. Team Mog is at the Vigilia Court, which is Final Fantasy 15. This is another fun one, in my opinion. This is where the story, like, even Jack starts getting I would actually say depressed.
He does get depressed because he doesn't... he lost his purpose of killing Chaos.
He now knows that he needs something new. He even says in the run, he's like, it's not about chaos. I just need a purpose. Point me at that something to kill. That's all I'm good at doing.
Time to go to work.
Yeah, and that's where you actually notice that, hey, it's kind of... I know, this game kind of started as a meme fest, but it actually
So that
turned out
is
into
time for
someone
Tonberry.
serious. Oh, right. Yeah, thank you. I was too focused on Iron Giant.
Yeah, I saw where they were at. That's time for Tonberry. They are through the Crayclaw and will be heading to the Sunken Shrine as well. That is a long Iron Giant from
That's a
Choco.
very long
That
Iron
is-
Giant, but it has been awful.
Yeah,
And it though. Yes, finally.
finally.
Iron
Yeah,
Giant can be an absolute pain
So
to deal with.
Iron Giant is one of the few run enders in this speed run, and it sucks because it is like a little over halfway through the run.
What are we even
So you've
doing
already
here?
invested so much time, and then it's like, oh no.
It's almost near. It's basically near the end of the run because after FF15 you have FF6, and then you have Cornelia, and then you're at basically.
That's
the
true.
end.
Then you're at
So it's actually pretty close to the end of the game.
yeah, the end of the game can be very tough. The early part of the game, the hard part is like the menuing and the routing. The end of the game, the hard part is the bosses. So we are in Sunken Shrine with Tonberry. So he's going to go ahead and clear these vents again and keep going. Again, if someone wants to find a glitch to allow us to just jump down to the bottom, because you can see the boss arena from the very beginning of the game on this map. It's you look down and it's right there. So if someone can find a way to skip all this, we would be eternally grateful.
You got it. I need a name. Something to kill. I'm nothing.
Oh, and there's a random wild cacti inside of Vigilia Court for Team Mog. I've never seen a cactar spawn there.
I have the feeling I wouldn't understand.
I've seen like one or two. It doesn't happen too often, but it can happen.
So every level has, I think it's like 4 locations that cactars can spawn, but they don't always spawn. The only guaranteed cactar spawn, and I don't believe any runner did it, is in the first Chaos Shrine. There's one right near where you get the weapon that unlocks Mage.
That drive inside of you was what kept you anchored.
So Tonberry is at the Zahagan Prince, which is one of the 2 mini bosses for...
I killed the first cactuar.
You did kill the first cactuar. That's good. I missed it.
Still out there, growing stronger.
Jed's right for once.
So that was a very good prince. It's an enemy that can sometimes be a pain in the butt, and now he'll be going on to the other Marlboro that we hate.
Lovely.
Huh. I never pegged you for a nature lover.
You really know how to ruin the moment, huh, Jed?
We should be careful.
Now, all 3 of them trying to get to their next location. Yeah, this guy has a lot of running around in places, so there's sometimes like places where you just have to find like where to go to the next area. We're just going to explore the rest of the level, but for us it's basically just try to find the next place where you have to go.
Yeah, for sure. The term speedrun is apt for this level because a lot of it is just running around and or flee equipped.
We're better off. Doesn't remember where we come from.
Ew, gross.
So Team Mog is actually coming up on the next boss, which I believe is where we're doing the next split. I could
Yeah,
be wrong,
Team Mog is on Behemoth right now. Same with Team Choco, but Team Mog being a little bit ahead. I would blame PC loads just being faster, because I think execution has been somewhat the same, except for Iron Giant. But other than that, they've been practically been the same in terms of execution.
Yeah.
I blame PC loads being faster.
So I will say, so Team Mog just went through triple vents. So it's a location where there are 3 vents, and behind 2 of the vents, one on either side, are these shield generators that we've seen throughout the level. So you have to destroy those shield generators, which are behind the middle vent. What Team Mog chose to do there was kill all 3 vents first and then go through. And now we're up to the next boss, which is another boss that is not in the original Final Fantasy. In fact, Jack mentions that he's doesn't understand why he knows what this enemy is. So it is the Behemoth. And Tonberry is starting Kraken at the same time. And got an unfortunate water laser to the face. So Phase 1 Kraken is down, and so is Phase 1 Behemoth, which is technically the only phase for Behemoth, because Behemoth is one of the few enemies who changes their name to Dragon King. and grows crystallized wings.
To anyone who read Berserk, I got massive Berserk vibes when I saw this boss fight, especially the second phase. So any Berserk readers in chat, I think you might notice what this might resemble. That it felt very much like a Berserk reference, that second phase.
It does, yeah. It's a very fun boss. It is a boss that is basically on a timer. It's one of the few bosses that are, because eventually he will cast Meteor, which is a nearly instant wipe.
I don't think I've ever seen Meteor.
I got hit by it one time in a run, and it was an instant wipe. And I was like, are you
Wow.
serious? So now Mog is on to Terra Tortura, which is, as mentioned, Dimension 6.
So Final Fantasy VI enjoyers? Any FF6 enjoyers in chat?
Also, if there are any developers in chat for any reason, please fix this level for our colorblind friends. This level has 3 sections in it which change the color a little bit, and it is very hard, from what I've heard from some of our colorblind runners, to really tell some of them. Some of the, we just saw, Fel ran through a section where it turns reddish. There's a reddish section, a bluish section, and a greenish section. It's hard to say those words back to back.
I can't even
And
visualize
it kind of hurts the eyes. Even me, it hurts my eyes a little bit. So if we could convince them to fix that, that would be awesome.
They could eat you if they wanted, but they'll probably just cover you in droppings.
Wouldn't want this to go to waste.
All right, so Tonberry is at Big A2 now. They're getting ready to run out into the streets. And what has happened is, we hinted at it a little bit. So the pirates are getting mad. What's happening is the pirates are getting possessed by darkness, which is actually turning them into monsters that we've seen throughout the game. Big A, being more higher of strength, of spirit or whatever, maintains his humanity a little bit more. But other of the pirates, as you can see,
Those who sent us here.
Did you get the time on Chocobo?
I did, indeed.
Awesome.
One thing about... Oh, did they fall down on purpose, or was that by accident? I've never seen that before, falling down there.
Oh yeah, so you falling down there is on purpose. It takes a little while to find where it is, but once you learn, it brings you to the next teleport much faster. So with Terra Tortura, we have to go through those 3 sections, go through a teleporter and destroy these statues, which if you watch, not right now, but the whole thing you're standing on is shaking. When we teleport back, it pans up, and the whole section is actually collapsing out of the air. We just run back to the teleporter, which transports us to the back, but that is how the level works. And Tonberry just killed the Possessed, phase 1.
Nice. Very good.
What is this dark?
So yeah, these 3 sections are basically what the entire level is about. After you've destroyed these 3 sections, the main area, or should I say the final area, where the next boss fight is going to be held, is like slowly coming down. And as soon as it's coming down, you can then enter it to then fight the next boss. Should I spoil the fun? Who the next boss fight is going to be?
I would just hold it because it's fun, and this is one of the few times where we actually have a pseudo cutscene that we can't skip. If you've listened throughout this run to the game and not just our voices, you will have heard that they've been talking a lot. So this level is where 95% of lore is dropped, basically.
It's been like the 5% was a lot of build-up. Very much build-up that you don't really notice until this point, and then there's one thing that falls into place, and then it just snips, and they're like, oh my god, what just happened? And you want to connect dots, and there's a bunch of dots that you're going to connect.
Yeah, so we're at Astos. So our good friend, the king of the Dark Elves, Astos, is now dead. That was a very quick Astos.
That's a very quick phase 1. Phase 1 can go much worse than this.
Yeah, so Astos, like Lich, has the ability to... Oh, and here we go, more lore dump. Astos has the ability to teleport, and it can be really annoying. So now we do have a cutscene that we do skip as Astos turns into the Ultima weapon. The origin of Ultima weapon, apparently.
This is probably the closest perfect depiction of what the PS1 Ultima weapons look like.
Yeah, and that was a fast Ultima weapon.
That was incredibly fast.
Way
like,
to go,
as a
Fel.
runner, this is insane how fast this was. I mean, no wonder Fel is one of the best runners in this game, like hands down.
For sure. That was an insanely fast Ultima, because Ultima can be a pain in the butt.
Like, everything Aslos does can go really south if it wants to, but this was clean. Very clean.
So now we're heading back to Cornelia, and this is the section of the game where if you don't want to cry, be prepared to cry at this level. The boss fight for this level is heartbreaking, but we are getting close to the end of the game now.
It seems like that relxert doesn't really have a very good axe, a very high-level axe, because usually you should be able to kill the Dark One quite easily, but it doesn't seem like he's having good luck with it. Let's hope that he will get a good axe drop from Astos in this case, then.
For sure. And Tonberry is still making their way through the Ancient's Tower. We didn't mention it with the other two runners, but the mechanic in Ancient's Tower there's two mechanics. There's these keys that open certain doors, and then there's these 3 crystals we have to hit. So you have to find the keys, and actually JT chose to open up a secret passage to get a new set of equipment to get guaranteed Carnage armor. So Carnage armor used to be, before the patch, what everyone went with. It's not as much now, but it is still really good. But that's a guaranteed drop so that you can increase your item level. And they're going to keep plowing their way through. So yeah, so you have to find these keys that open up specific doors. Then you have to touch 3 different crystals in order to unlock the boss area.
relxert doesn't seem to be having a really nice Ultima weapon. Seems to have gotten some bad RNG during the fight. He got pushed away during the brutal tackle, meaning that some of his brutal tackle attacks have missed Ultima weapon. Oh, please don't die. Please don't die. Okay. Potioned just at the right time, so he doesn't die. And so, as you can see, this fight has been going not so well for relxert, and it's been going quite longer than what it has taken for Fel.
Yeah, so Fel uses a very different strategy from here, where he uses Seal of Blood, which I think it doubles the damage of your next ability that you use, and he uses that to wipe out those flans, which allows him to gain more MP going into the boss fights. This whole section, you are by yourself. From the rest of the game, Jack is by himself, and this is the first section where it happens, where the rest of the party for this section is actually protecting the citizens of Cornelia as well as the 2 princesses, because the king and queen have been killed by monsters. So they're trying, Jack is leading them through and clearing the way. Normally clears the way. When we run, we just hope that everyone else can kill them for us. So we have a couple cutscene skips as well as a couple fights coming up.
I have not seen Fel doing this couple fights yet, so I'm curious what he's. Oh, he's using flare strats.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So Rel uses Seal of Blood and Flare. He got unlucky and didn't get the Mind Flare there, but it is very fast to do it. Usually it only leaves alive one enemy and gives him a lot of MP going into the boss fight as well. So he is all set up for the boss fight. And you could hear Jack there yell Sarah. So Sarah is dead. Sarah has been killed by the monsters. And it's sending Jack into a plight of despair. We have Tonberry is now at the Iron Giant. Let's see how their Iron Giant goes. Looks like it's not too bad. Now the friends fight for Mog, Team Mog, where we have to kill our 4 companions.
Friends we made along the way are the ones we have to kill at the end.
Yeah, so they're using Cyclone Strat, which is something a bunch of runners have started using recently, which will hit all the enemies. All 4 of these kills are brutal. He actually got 3 kills
Wow!
with that Cyclone.
I was about to say he got all 3 of them with the stomp of the Cyclone attack, and
that is
it
awesome.
was so cool.
That was so lucky.
That was so fast.
That was amazing.
Incredibly fast. This fight can go much longer and much worse. That was amazing.
That was an insanely lucky Cyclone Rush, which is amazing. So Jack is now in full despair. Not only has he lost Sarah, who he realizes he's loved for a long time, and who has loved him for a long time, he's lost all 4 of his friends.
Yeah,
on purpose.
He's slowly realizing maybe I am chaos.
Well, he wants to collect the chaos to become chaos, if nothing else. So now we head back to Chaos Shrine.
But to become chaos, he has to first not only collect chaos, but he also has to kill chaos.
Yes.
And for the I think next up is FF1, and the FF1 runners, if you're not in setup yet, I think now is a good time to do so, because it's not that much longer until the run's done for Fel, so for Team Mog. Be ready, because it's gonna be like 5-6 minutes from now.
Yeah, and unlike a lot of the other runs that we've had today, this run does not end with the final hit on the boss. We actually have inputs after the boss. We call it the victory walk, which we'll call time on it, but it's on the final door that we do the time for.
I hate to be that guy, but can we call it chaos walk?
Swag walk, yep.
Okay, I think I'm going a little bit overboard here.
No, there's no such thing. Which is funny, because also right now, Jack is in Chaosbringer mode, which is similar to Lightbringer. We didn't discuss Lightbringer too much. Maybe we can discuss it in some of the bosses that Tonberry does, because we do use it for some of the fights. But Chaosbringer mode gets rid of your MP, but allows you to cast all of your abilities at will. In this version, at this point, is very similar to the extra mode that they released with the new DLC, which is permanent Chaosbringer. So it's very helpful. They intend for you to kill things there, but we just skip through and go straight to the boss to go kill the Lufenians, who are the ones who are in charge of all of this. They have ruined Cornelia and this land, and we must destroy them. They are not the weak little civilization that they are in the original Final Fantasy.
He's destroying the crystal world that they made as a cage around Jack, and to show them that the chaos that they're using against him is not the true chaos. Yes. He is making chaos his own and showing them that he is the true chaos. And this is Darkness Manifest. He can be pretty annoying, but with Brutal Tackle and...
He dies.
Yeah. That's basically it. With Brutal Tackle, he dies. After he soul bursts... wait, no, that's console only, though. Because after he soul bursts the second phase, that's 1 minute and 45 seconds until the final split. But because this is PC, it's gonna be a little bit different. Yeah, and so that's GG for... but not start yet, not a start. He doesn't. Team Mog doesn't start yet. Not yet. They just killed the final boss, but it's not quote unquote GG yet. They're safe now, but they're not done with the run yet.
Correct. Now we have the final walk after this, where we become the lovable villain Garland that. But yeah, that was a very quick Darkness Manifest, and That fight can get annoying because he controls all 4 elements, which is annoying. But yeah, now we have the long walk and exposition from Jack.
The reset was
Where he
successful.
talks about his friends
This was
and
all
how
part of our plan.
over the journey he realized and noticed he was wrong for just pursuing
Sorry,
chaos. That he himself actually made a path for himself to realize that he wanted to do this for the greater good. That this was a plan that he made all along.
Sorry to get
But the Lufenians
this.
erased his
Thanks for
memories
sticking with us
with
till the end.
the
Sophia,
power that they had.
this is
Meaning that that Jack completely forgot everything
Use it as their plaything.
that happened and
Those of you
thus
who love
couldn't remember
Climax
anything. And
never
all
get
that what I just talked about happened before
warriors of light
we start to play the
one
game.
day.
So we as the player never get to hear it. And that's gonna be
Time.
time for Team Mog. Let's
Chaos.
go FF1 runner. GG Fell.
Congratulations, Fell. That was
Chaos.
a phenomenal. Team
Thank
Chaos
you.
wins.
Team Chaos. That's Team Chaos for the win. Shoutouts to Team Chaos.
It is a very fun game.
Can we see some chaos in chat? And relxert is also now on chaos.
Yes, and it's a fun little game, fun little fight. That ending, after that is a cutscene which basically like summarizes the entire game for you. So it's very fun, and then we end the game with the beautiful soundtrack of My Way, which is so fitting for this game. It doesn't seem fitting the first time you hear it, but at the end of the game, it makes so much more sense. Tonberry is at Behemoth now, and so far it looks like it's going to be a good Behemoth. A little slow, so I'm going to assume their gear... Oh no, they're at 94. That's good.
That's
so
pretty good for Behemoth.
They must have missed the first part of that brutal tackle. It must have been all it was. We are almost at time for Chocobo, depending upon how much Chaos wants to behave.
And that's basically GG for Team Choco.
Yes.
Just waiting for
the walk.
Yeah, everything to happen.
The Walk of Despair, where Jack tells the entire story in about a minute.
Wait, there's a split called Astos in FF1?
Yeah, that's where they split the first boss. They split at Astos.
Okay, wait, so Astos does actually exist in FF1? I never played FF1.
So
okay, good.
Yes, the Dark Elf in Final Fantasy 1 is named Astos. He is different. And actually, there's extra material in the Japanese version of Strangers of Paradise, which hints a lot more at what Astos has been doing throughout the resets. So after Team Chocobo finishes up, we can talk a little bit, but the game basically, Lufenians reset the world, and that's what Jack just did. He just reset the world again, got teleported 3,000 years into the past, where the Lufenians can no longer mess with Cornelia. He removed them from the cycle of despair, basically. Yes, you do find Lufenians in Final Fantasy very different. So the Lufenians from Strangers of Paradise don't get destroyed in the same way that they did in Final Fantasy 1. So let's see here.
I just absolutely enjoy Jack's speech at the end of the game. It's so good.
It's as a runner, that final walk is just so relaxing.
And time for Team Choco.
That is time for Chocobo. That last walk is just so relaxing because you just get to sit there and realize how much the game has done, and you get a moment of relaxation while watching it all unfold before you.
And yeah, I guess because it's still a little bit of time until we get to Chaos for Team Tonberry, I think it's safe to say that the FF1 runners and commentators should introduce themselves.
Hello, friends. I'm Trinton. Happy to be here with you and enjoying this great relay so far, and we're looking forward to keeping it going with FF1.
Hi everyone, I'm Nash, and I am joining Trinton here on commentary for FF1, and 2 of our runners are on the way. First one is already at Garland, who you might have known from the game that's still running on Team Tonberry side.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's actually fun seeing that. I think thank you organizers for having right in brilliant. For those of you who don't know much about Strangers of Paradise or Final Fantasy 1, we were just in a room where there's a bunch of bats, and those are people from other times who are there. And in Strangers of Paradise, Astos, all the bats in Strangers of Paradise, Astos tells us are Lufenians that he got mad at and transformed into bats. It's a very weird and complicated. The Japanese material, like I mentioned before, has more information involved on it. But it's a really fun game. So we are coming up to the third statue for Team Tonberry, and then we'll be back at Astos again. So each one of those statues has the ability to cast a high level. That one he just destroyed had Holy. The one before that, I believe, is the one that casts Flare. And I don't remember what the other one. I think one of them casts Meteor.
I don't remember. I distinctly only remember that Holy has happened, and I think that absolutely destroyed me.
Yeah,
I don't know any other.
I've been hit by Flare before as well. It's the other one I don't remember. I think it is Meteor though.
Okay, on our way to fighting Astos for the third time now in the relay. Let's hope that JT has enough. He has a level 87 axe. That could probably be a little bit annoying to use.
It looked like he optimized and got something a little bit better. He looks like he's at 110 now.
Also, something that you might have noticed during his run, he is probably the only keyboard and mouse player in the entire community. I don't think anyone else plays with keyboard and mouse. I think everyone else plays with controller, and that was a very good phase 1.
Oh, and he is under level. He's at gear level 100 at 112. So you want to be 110 or above, or 102 or above at Astos. And if you notice, he's still using Marauder. So he's the only runner that we have that was stuck with Marauder rather than going to Berserker.
Looks like he does less menuing, so maybe that might be a reason.
So you don't actually need Berserker necessarily. It does help reduce some RNG, but you can still get some really good brutal tackles with Marauder. I've done a couple runs as we saw there, 2 brutal tackles. Oh, the
almost destroyed him, but yeah.
This is a bit chaotic.
And that's Astos for JT.
And I love this final one where you just touch his head and kill him. And what Astos says there is, I am grateful. You have now removed Astos from the cycle, and he is happy for it. This is what he has been working multiple cycles, hundreds of years to accomplish. Because the strangers get their memories wiped every single time. But Astos doesn't. He actually remembers everything they do. And it just gets sadder from here.
Okay, I think until Chaos is happening, I think the FF1 runners can probably quickly go over the run.
Well, let's talk a little bit about who's on screen then. We got Captain is for Team Mog, was the first of our runners to get started. Probably the newest of the bunch that's going for the relay, but coming in with a hot PB he just set yesterday. I think improved his PB by over 5 minutes. Patorico's a veteran of the marathon. He is down there for Team Choco. And the world record holder is Thunderclaude, who will be joining us for Team Thornberry in a little bit.
Captain is having a very difficult encounter here that he's trying to beat, but it's a very good one to have at this time as well for XP and Gil, and we'll talk a lot more about that later, because Gil is very important in this particular run.
Can I ask you guys a question from FF1? How did the recent patches affect FF1 for you guys?
Not so much actually. I think the patch for FF1 actually dropped last Thursday. Not really anything major happened for FF1, apart from the basics that everyone else has got. Like the in menu, like it defaults to yes if you want to rest there, which is a nice little time save. And the auto battle function, if you reset, or if you go back to the menu, doesn't actually default to off anymore, like permanently. So you can just keep it on, like just tap it on the first battle, and then you're good to go again. So a few little time saves and nothing really else that actually happened.
So no real adjustments like, we are reducing EXP by 30% and increasing the boss speed by 50%, FF4.
Yeah, no FF4, FF2 shenanigans here. Like, we got a very easy patch here on FF1.
So, all in all, it's just all around better.
Yeah, just time save as far as the speedrun goes.
Yeah. And seeing that it dropped last Thursday, that is a very welcome sight.
Now, I would say the fundamental aspects of this speedrun already had a lot of RNG in them, in a couple of bosses particularly, so that didn't get any better either. We still have those, don't worry.
Yeah, we still have a lot of RNG here, so we're good. We're good either way.
I'm at least glad they didn't pull an FF4 on FF1 last Thursday, because, that would have been probably a little bit hellish to route within a week before the marathon.
Honestly, I think for FF1 it wouldn't be that bad. Because FF1 is all about grinding to specific levels and just getting more encounters, so you'd probably have a few more grind spots that you have to get some better encounters on. But we're already working specifically on the Black Mages on specific magic levels that we want to reach in order to get more Fundaras, more Firagas, more spell levels as we go on. Because FF1 for the Pixel Remaster actually uses the old NES system, which is very, very awesome.
Yeah, so when you say that, you mean it's spell charges per level. So you're only going to have this many level 3, this many level 4. They made a major change in adding ethers along with the other classic Final Fantasy items you'd expect in any game that weren't there in the original. The original only had 3 types of potions: heal, pure, and soft to cure stone.
Yeah, they definitely updated it and brought a lot more of the well-known items into FF1. The addition of ethers makes it so that the Pixel Remaster definitely revolves around using those extensively. Having 2 Black Mages basically beat every single random encounter to a pulp is a very nice thing to do.
Random encounter enemy HP is not particularly high in this game, and that's consistent throughout. Even down to the original, the way they built the challenge up in the final dungeon, you were seeing the same encounters you saw everywhere else, but more of them. You were seeing, instead of 1 Frost Giant, 2 Frost Giants. Instead of 1 Gas Dragon, 4 Gas Dragons. That kind of thing.
Yeah, although they did do some changes when it comes to like mid-bosses and like 1 tile encounters. All the specific tile encounters are now a permanent icon on the map, so if you beat them once, they are gone, so you can't actually do repeated mid-boss fights to farm for Gil or XP as well. And one of the first major upcoming boss, actually the Pisco Demons, there's going to be 4 of them every single time. That is also unique to the Pixel Remaster, I think.
Yeah, it would be 2 to 4 on the NES. They made it 4 consistently here. That also happened in FF2. They took away the range numbers whenever it was a boss fight, and they made it always 4.
In the meantime, Captain is getting incredibly nice luck when it comes to the encounter RNG. He's getting good money and good XP encounters, which are especially important in the early game, but it also means that his Black Mages are currently out of any Thunder stacks, and he's trying to keep them alive at this point to get the levels, because you want those early levels, especially for HP, because the Pesco demons can definitely bully your mages into death, and that is a bad thing.
And if it's not obvious from the fact that he named the monk Mog, that's going to be our main character at the end, but in the early game, there's a lot of being carried along by the other party members.
Yeah, the black mages are there to help you through the early and mid game, and then the monk gets his moment to shine at the end of it. The warrior, we don't really talk about the warrior. Like, he's called Stony for a reason at Padariku's screen.
He's basically just a meat shield, is my understanding.
A very wonderful meat shield at that. He does his job.
Imagine carrying a statue of invincibility in front of you for the whole run to tank damage, and that's your fighter.
Yeah, that's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so in the other versions, whenever you petrify a character, they no longer can be targeted. Not in Pixel Remaster. The enemies can target the warrior in petrified form every single time, and you see miss happen every single time. It's great.
That's amazing to hear. So Tonberry is now going to where the Lufenians and the Strangers live, and is getting ready to fight Darkness Manifest themselves. So, quick Dimensional Crystal Matrix. The hardest part with that crystal is just finding where you're supposed to Soul Burst it. As he was just showing, he is stuck with level 87 axe. So, not great. Usually you want to have like a level 100 or above, but it's not the worst thing on the planet. I have been stuck with level 50 before. So we are now at Darkness Manifest, who is going to go down relatively quickly. He is very weak to the Brutal Tackle spam. We blow up through his magic attacks. He, at one point, yells how it's impossible that any human can hold so much darkness inside of them. And Jack mentions that, a lifetime of despair and horror allows you to have that much darkness in you.
And that's it for Team Chaos. Now for the victory walk.
The victory walk now. And I love this. So this cutscene does not happen after you've beaten the game and play through this boss again. But every single punch is Jack summoning the element of his friend and just punching darkness in the face before he just explodes him and absorbs all of that darkness from him. So now Jack is truly chaos at this point and has absorbed all of it with the sole intention of cutting the Lufenians off from the rest of the world so they can't play with everyone and play God anymore.
So having FF1 right after Strangers of Paradise is like the perfect thing that the organizers could have done, because everything that happens in Strangers of Paradise perfectly leads into what happens in FF1. It's basically a prequel to FF1. So
and
I think this is perfectly organized.
Team Ninja did a very good job, in my opinion. They did, like I mentioned, they worked alongside Namor and did a phenomenal job at making it so if you want to feel, like I personally feel that it is canon to Final Fantasy 1, there isn't technically anything that says it's not. Everything could have happened this way, and the DLC goes into that even more. The DLC which just released was Trials of the Dragon King, which is very fun. We have 2 more DLCs coming out for this game, so maybe become the next Relay. We'll have a full run.
And that's GG Tonberry. Team Chaos, let's go! Shout out to JT for absolutely destroying this run.
That was a great run. If you are interested in this, look us up. We are welcoming to all runners of this game. I myself am a first-time runner for any speedrun, and it has been a blast. Please follow the runners. They are all phenomenal runners of these games. And enjoy the rest of the run with Fantasy 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. And now we're giving it on to all the FF1 runners and to all FF1 runners. Good luck to you guys. And to everyone in chat, have a nice FF Relay.
Thank you so much for the next couple hours. Or about 2 hours if things go poorly, but around that range. We're here with you for Final Fantasy I. Thunderclaude, world record holder himself, has been unleashed on the game right now. And of course, we start with an unskippable cutscene.
Solid 2 minutes of the start of the run here for us.
Ironically, it timed out very well for Captain to get the crown, which is about where it really feels like the game starts.
Yeah. Also, I want to say something here about Captain. He actually got the double Thundara. He got so lucky on his first few encounters that he got enough gil to get the double Thundara. That is the dream. That means you have a lot more slots to work with, and you can cast a lot more Thundaras, which can scale up to get you some better encounters in the early game as well, and hopefully a faster Ostos fight coming up soon.
Yeah, a lot of the early game encounters are, obviously, they start weak, and they don't give you a lot of rewards. Kind of the exceptional standout is the ogres, and we just kept seeing ogre after ogre after ogre on Captain's side.
That was crazy to see. You almost never get that, and you hope that you could actually buy a few potions and antidotes next to a Thundara by the time you actually reach Elfheim for the first time. And Captain just got the double Thundara right off the bat. Very good start for him.
So the basics is we have 4 light warriors, each holding an agate. No, wait, that's not right. Our 4 warriors of light show up, and they're the subject of a prophecy, of course, to save the world by regathering the elemental crystal's power.
Oh.
Thus far, we have none of those crystals, but don't worry.
No, we'll get there. We'll get there. And you might actually recognize some of the fiends as well. And we actually have Thunder beating Garland down to a pulp. You actually might recognize Garland from the previous game, and all of our runners actually beat him already. So there's that.
Yeah, that's solid timing. You usually get 2 to 3 encounters on your way to Garland if you're just going straight there. And it doesn't take long to get by your first boss, but also remember, this was an early RPG, all the way back when it was made, so it was very much meant to be your first RPG boss.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be a very hard boss to get into, and it's mostly just finding out the castle in the first place and then beating him down. Usually takes about 2 rounds to beat him, your first time round here, and we see Thunder here going into it right now. As we see Captain actually trying to get the Ostos fight done. Hopefully first try, making a quick save. There's a lot of saving potential in the Pixel Remaster. What the best part about the Pixel Remaster for running it and learning it is the fact that every single screen you enter gives you an autosave, and you can quick save anywhere in the game. And we're using that tremendously during the course of this run for safety.
Yeah, those autosaves will carry most of it, and then there'll be specific bosses where you'll see a manual quick save just because there's too much RNG involved, and it's too far back to rely on the autosave.
Ostos getting a kill off on one of the mages, that is always a bad thing to see, but as I said, Captain has 2 Thundara characters, so that's a good idea. You do not want to see the level 2 spells that he's throwing at us right now, though, so it's going to be a little bit dicey for him. And this is my first FF Relay run that I'm actually commentating, and I'm sorry for cursing Captain here.
It's okay, he's got to save. He does not lose much time because of that.
There we go. Second try is this time, right?
Yeah, if you're going to die, you want it to be quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And FF1, like Pixel Remastered, is very nice on that. We actually got the crown already on Puerto Rico's side as well, so he is leaving the Marsh Cave ASAP. Whilst Thunder has beaten Garland and is on to the cutscene section of this run. Basically, in the first 2 hours, there's about 8 minutes of cutscene, of which about 6.5 are in the first 10 minutes of the run. So basically, as you get past that part, it's all gameplay, but the early part is very easy going. And there goes Ostos.
Yeah, he's a non-trivial boss, and he is the first boss in the game that's going to have elemental resistances if you don't count the Pisca demons for reasons. But anyways, it's one of the advantages to learning Thunder early is that it is resisted by less enemies. So that makes it a very good utility spell for these battles. Question in chat, what is it about bridges in RPGs? It's a way to expand the world gradually through quest events and force you to stay in the area you're supposed to. So all of our runners, I think, are really feeling the hype coming into here. I believe all 3 of them have put up a PB at least within the last 10 days.
All of them have been going ham at this game, and since it's a relatively still new game, there's a lot of development being done on the route as well. Thunder and Shigeru have been grinding down the game. I think the current world record is a 145.33 by Thunder right now, and it was basically just above a 152 up until like a month ago. So it's been going down tremendously over the course of the last month, and all 3 of our runners have been definitely trying their best at trying to get a good time on this. But there's a lot of RNG involved in FF1, including every single random encounter.
I also love the diversity of our runners' experience in that they all kind of came from a different original spot. I believe with Thunderclaude, he started with the NES randomizer before he had done anything else, and then branched over into speedrunning. Patariku came from the more PSP branch of speedrunning it, and Captain came from some of the later versions of Final Fantasy, and then came all the way back to FF1 here with the Pixel Remaster.
As we say that, we have Patariku going at the Oslos fight now, and he actually doesn't have his warrior because he had some very bad early encounters. He's had to use his 1 Phoenix down. You actually get to buy before you go all the way to Earth Cave on his Black Mage. So he has 1 Stony down, and he is trying to actually get through this, and Punchy is getting the instant kill after that. It's going to be a very dicey fight for Patariku here. He might be in trouble.
It's really rough to come in with 3. The primary reason why we do the stone strat, the way you'll see it later, is because of enemy targeting. And the algorithm really favors going after that first slot. And if it's not going to go after the first slot, then it's more likely to go for the second slot. And then back to the 3 and 4. So this may be a case where you might have to throw one of the Black Mages up in the first slot to get around that algorithm. We'll see how Patariku adjusts.
That's actually a very interesting thing you mentioned, because that's the case for all the earlier FF1 versions. It is not actually clear if that works the same way for the Pixel Remaster, because we've been testing it out a bunch, and it's never really been confirmed that the same strategy works. It seems to be all over the place, but we still actually try, and we're gonna later push the monk down to the final spot, just because we're just used to it from the other version of the game, and it's trying to get it done, and just hoping that it actually still works that way.
That certainly doesn't hurt.
Yeah. It's all for good luck. It's all RNG manipulation that we're doing. Oh, Patariku got blasted.
So, that's good, and we got Thunderclaude cleaning up the pirates.
Pirate fight is actually a very interesting one, because it isn't supposed to be a very hard fight, but if you just get some very unlucky draws on it, as you can see here with Thunder, you can actually get yourself in a bit of a problem here trying to get past these. Normally it should be a 3-round fight, but some of these pirates can really crit you and just whittle you down very fast. And as you can see, the mages that Claw here has only have 27 HP. A good crit will bring you just down to half immediately. 2 hits and you're done.
Yeah, I think I actually would have reset on that fight and done it over to not have the black belt take the death. The pirates are a pretty good experience fight early on. It's still early on, so relative to the whole run, it doesn't make that much difference, but it's going to put you a little further back for recovery purposes.
Yeah, I don't think he quick saved there, and that means the autosave is at the town entry, which means he would have had to buy the saber spells again. There's a route divergence there as well. So some of our runners buy saber very much early on into their first Provoca shopping spree. Some of them actually only buy one of the sabers, and some of them buy them later as they fly past it. And immediately he gets the redemption. He gets a 5 Buccaneer fight. It's a very tough fight to beat at this stage in the game, but it is the best fight for money to get, and it really will help Thunderclaude catch up money-wise to everyone else immediately. It's a very good fight to see.
Yeah, and using the temper spells, the strength boost that they give is fixed, so it's really at a premium right now how much boosting that gives both the fighter and black belt.
Yeah, we see it a lot more often. Like, ever since Thunder picked up the game again, we've seen some reroutes where Temper gets used a lot more on the Warrior and on the Monk, in order to save some spell slots as well. Because, as we mentioned earlier, there are spell slots in FF1 Pixel Remaster, so Thunder is on slot number 1, and Temper here is on slot number 2. So that means that you can tally out your spell counts here and there a little bit and get some better range and some more mileage on your black mages, which means you get to do less in parts as well. Thunder actually doesn't pick up the in Cornelia as the other runners did do.
And meanwhile, Captain has just finished the quintessential fetch quest that this game is well known for, picking up the Mystic Key, which is you're meant to run across all kinds of blocks for that, saying this door is locked with the Mystic Key. In particular, we need it for an item we'll get in a little bit. But finishing that fetch quest, you get the crown from Marsh Cave, find out it was Astos all along, he gives you the crystal, you give the crystal back to Matoya so that she can see, as we're seeing with Batariku right now. She gives you the tonic, Jolt Cola, whatever we're calling it today in this version. You give that to the prince, he wakes up, he gives you the Mystic Key.
Yeah, you need that to get one little chest of Cornelia, and that's it. We do pick up some other chests for money.
That's not bad either.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the items that you can get and the other stuff is very nice. But it's for just a key item quest here. The randomizer loves this part. We get Thunder's shopping here. He actually bought himself some stuff. He's actually selling some gear. We try to keep our inventory as empty as possible in the Pixel Remaster in order to just clean it up and get some more mileage out of our item locations. People that are used to it have some more, like, have their items on very specific locations just by sorting them on auto. There we go. The nitro powder has been picked up by Captain.
Yeah, there's a few of these items that are just good money to sell later, and then stuff like the cottage, well, that's one less healing restoration item that you have to buy later.
Yeah, I actually saw Captain pick up Fyra 2 times. You don't see that as often this time around. I wonder what he's about to do with that. If that's a replacement for the Faraga spell that he can pick up later, or what else he's planning with that. Or maybe he wants to just get some more money or mileage out of his cash, because Captain's been getting a lot more money encounters than Puerto Rico has been getting, for instance. For example, the 2 big eyes and 6 Sahagin here are a terrible fight to have, because you can get paralyzed and you just have a very slow fight with Sahagins just trying to whittle you down. So you end up Fandaraing them anyway, even though you really don't want that amount of money or XP from an encounter.
It's probably also a good time to mention, and I don't think we've actually talked about the auto battle yet, but
we have
for the Pixel Remasters.
It's kind of important
now.
It's an appropriate time. Like, we're in Marsh Cave now with Thunder on the last one, so auto battle here is becoming more and more prevalent.
So it'll continuously use that last command over and over again, including a spell. And if you run out of spell charges, it'll revert to attack. Generally speaking, what our runners will be doing is counting their MP, and later on they'll be restoring it.
Yeah, they're just gonna do head math the entire time, and using Ethers whenever they need to. Whenever a spell goes to 0, it doesn't actually default back to attack yet. It only does that when you enter the next random encounter. So if you know how to count the 0, you can use Ethers at that time and save yourself a lot of extra menuing.
And chat, thank you for the potatoes to cheer us on. I didn't know there was a team commentator, but thank you.
I love that. I like being Team Potato. I like potatoes.
So we bring the TNT or nitro powder to Narek down here in the Dwarf Cave, and he's going to give us a nice canal that we can sail the ship through now. we've been trapped in this inner sea area, which really only has 3 towns that you can go to. A couple of locations, but 3 towns. And now we're going to get access to a bigger part of the world.
I think we just saw Thunder get the preempt on the Pisco Demons, which is crazy to see at any time. That's great luck on his end. That's a very clean fight. He didn't have to use anything on that. No recovery items, no nothing. That saves actually a lot of time and resources there. Tonberry catching up with that preempt already. By the way, why isn't that canal flooded? Why are the dwarves those safe there? We just blew up a part of the land. I never got that part.
I'm sorry, what part?
We just blew up part of the canal. There's like a new place where we can actually boat through, and there's not a drop of water in the cave.
Why would there be in the cave?
Because all the water will flood somewhere. We just made a massive hole.
It's in the way. The explosion was further out. We were back on the safe point.
Oh yeah, we were safe. There's an incline there. Yeah, I got you. They're totally safe there.
Yeah, like an implosion, how the building goes straight down.
Yeah.
It's a similar concept to that. You're just blowing up in the middle of the canal, and we're like a mile away from it.
That's a very well precise timed nitro powder there. I gotta salute those dwarfs for doing their due diligence there.
Besides, he told us to stand clear. What else could you ask for? I mean, a hard hat or something?
We're all about safety here. Wear hard hats when you use explosive, chat. We do not condone not wearing hard hats when you're blowing up canals.
So on Thunderclaude's side, this was a good encounter that he just finished to explain something. There's status effects, which is no shock, but there's stun touch from the crawls in the marsh cave. We're going to start running into more of those later, particularly in the upcoming Earth Cave. It's going to be very important, the status effects we get. But
yeah,
stone, poison is the most common, and there is also just auto kill is one of the statuses you can have, and paralysis.
Yeah, the poison is the one in the early game that you keep wary of, and that's why you buy a few antidotes at Alfheim, and you hope that you have enough with you at any time. And every one of the runners went through Marsh Cave relatively safe. There is a zombie encounter of six zombies that can, when you get ambushed, can stun touch you and can stun lock you to death, and that just happens every once in a while. Final Fantasy 1 just being Final Fantasy 1. Luckily, our runners are doing actually pretty well on their encounters so far. No major upsets yet.
Captain has a fight that I want to talk about because there was a sprite limit for number of enemies you could see. The most you would ever see was 9 enemies, like the pirates, but that was for small enemies. Whereas the ogres are giant enemies, and you could only have 4 of them. Well, we had more than that in that fight with 3 ogres and 2 of the whatever the Cerebrus enemy type was called. But that was a change they made. They expanded the formations. We can see more enemies, which is great because we're killing it all with one spell and thus getting more rewards.
Yeah. As we see Thunder actually going into the Justice fight as well, we see a little bit of a route divergence. Thunder is using Tempers on the Monk to get a lot of extra attack buffs in, and he got very lucky there. Got a crit on the Monk while the rest of the party was put to sleep. What is this luck? Tonberry catching up like crazy here. Let's see how much time they actually gained. That was very, very lucky. He's had some very good boss encounters so far. Very nice job by Thunder.
And gets the Crystal Eye for his trouble. Now, the biggest boss we are watching for is upcoming, and that's going to be the Lich fight at the end of the Earth Cave. So you will definitely see all the runners' safety saved before that one.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure, but I think that might have been a best split for Thunder so far. He's on like 20-minute pace on Oscils there. That's crazy. That was actually crazy to see.
He's got this world record for a reason. He has just been playing out of his mind with this game and done such a great job with it.
Yeah. Yeah, they've definitely been trying. Like, he's been one of the front runners to actually push down the time in this game relentlessly. Just trying to get to that 145 mark at the moment and just passing that. And he's been getting close attempts at it for the last year or last month, basically. Right.
And make no mistake about these other two. They both got PBs. I could be wrong, I think within the last week, but last 10 days, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they've been grinding down the game here and there, and there's all sorts of neat little routes that are being devised right now by every one of the runners. Like I said, Captain picking up Fyra is something you don't see often. Thunder focusing more on tempers and getting more value out of the monk, whilst Padariku is relying heavily on his Thundara charges to clear encounters like crazy. There's so many ways to play FF1 Pixel Remaster right now, and there isn't really a wrong way to do it. There's just so many options to take here, and so many diverse routes you can go at. FF1 is in a very interesting spot at the moment when it comes to routes, so we can see the divergences here, like between the two runners. It's really nice to see.
What's funny is how much more divergence we would see if Chaos had a lower HP total. I mean, you could take everything else the same, cut Chaos down to 10,000 HP. I promise you everything would look different.
Oh yeah, definitely. The entire route would look different. All of this is leading up to one fight, basically. We route the entire game to deal with the final boss battle. Otherwise, we could have done a lot of things differently. There is actually one way to get around it. Pixel Remaster has a particular goblin glitch out there. It's a separate category where you basically can turn any single boss fight, or any fight in general, into just a group of 4 goblins. It's a very funny category to see run, and just seeing the final boss battle be a chaos fight that is tremendously scary, and seeing a group of 4 goblins there run away and just win the game. It's one that hasn't seen as much routing yet, and I definitely want to see more of that going down the line. Because it's a game that trivializes most of the scary bosses in the game.
I don't think we have official word yet on if that was patched out on the latest version, but I hope not. I hope that's sticking around. Also, can I ask a question? If you're having trouble seeing in a cave, at some point, wouldn't you try putting a window in?
There's skylights. There's options there. You can do all sorts of things.
It just seems to me like a more viable plan than requiring random warriors like to show up to help you one day.
Yeah, well, some people just like the dark. They just like to stay inside and just not deal with outside stuff.
Sounds like a vampire to me.
Maybe. We'll never know. And there goes the vampire on Captain's side. That's a mid boss, by the way. Probably one of the easiest ones we'll see here.
Yeah, it can be difficult if you're trying to do an all melee strat, but once you start having plenty of fire casts, then it's just a question of time.
Yeah, you just need to, I think, reach level 12 to have a good amount of Firaga casts and just deal with the vampire with 2 Firagas, and you're good. This is one of the fights where you just see 6 ogres now. You talked about this a little bit earlier. There's 6 big ogres on the screen.
Well, them are ogre chiefs. I prefer George.
Yeah. Yeah, it just takes 2 spells and you got a very good money encounter again on Captain's side.
Yeah, and everybody leveled up off that fight, no surprise.
Yeah, it's a good encounter to see. We see Padariku actually going up there to pick up a chest. It's a 3400 gil chest, and we have a few of these chests that we've routed around the game. That's basically to just help you catch up on gil. You have a few markers that you want to reach. You want to buy a few spells and some items along the way. So you keep a little bit of track on your gil count, and you can just opt to pick up one of those chests going into it. It gives you an extra encounter, so you lose about 20 to 30 seconds if you do so. But sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes the game doesn't play along. You want to explain the cockatrices?
You mean the fact that they're jerkbirds?
No, the fact that we're actually seeing some very fun stuff here because of them. They're birds.
Try to put the jerkbirds to use for us. They inflict the stone status, which is on the wrong character right now.
No, it's on the good character. Good character. We actually see this more often now, with 2 of them. I actually run, like, double Petrify. Perfect.
Okay, yeah, to get more experience on... to work the targeting out, it's better.
Yeah, so petrifying in Pixel Remaster works very weirdly. In earlier versions, you can use it to just count out a warrior and just spread out the XP across like the 3 remaining characters. In Pixel Remaster, if you're petrified, you still get XP. So that monk, even though he's petrified right now, still gets buff as heck right now. And as Captain is relying a lot on his black mages for the mid game, having that monk petrified is actually okay. In Thunder's example, where he's using a lot more tempers, having the monk available is actually a good thing for him, so he probably doesn't want to see his monk get petrified there.
It's also a lot easier to restore status effects now than the original NES, because one soft potion was only for sale at Elfland and was really expensive.
Yeah, we have gold needles here. They're 500 gil, and we actually just buy one, just in case one of the black mages gets caught up with the jerkbird fight. But hopefully we won't see that today, and they can also drop golden needle as well to deal with them. Here we see Puerto Rico actually going ahead and... oh, also getting the monk immediately petrified. You're just waiting for the jerkbirds here to actually stone the stony character. There we go.
Yeah, even when we want them to do things, they're jerks.
Yeah. Like, they have 50% chance to actually hit the right character, and then they still have a good chance of actually petrifying them. So, always love to see it on your first pass through. It saves you a lot of potions, and you don't have a lot of this time during the run.
And we also have already seen a couple of times the difference that it makes where they target these enemies and all you get is a miss, so no damage, and the animation is faster.
Yeah, faster animations for every single miss that gets on them, and just having no resources to spend on them means you just have to have less potions during this course. If you don't actually get the petrifying encounter on your first pass through Earth Cave, because we have to come back here after we visit an old man in a second, we're going to be in a position where you're going to have to fight a lot of these encounters, and you're probably going to get hit a lot more, and you might have to spend potions on your warrior or monk that you do not want to, and that might actually make the second pass through a lot harder, because floor 4 and 5 of Earth Cave are no easy fight.
And get out your hard hats for Thunderclaude, as he's going to open up his canal now.
All of the safety strats here. In the meantime, Captain gave this golem a lovely little ruby as a snack, and he just wanders off. I don't know. I don't eat rubies. I don't know what they taste like. Do you know?
He always described them as sweet, so I assume kind of like a strawberry flavor. Maybe cherry.
Might have to try that one day.
That is not advice for your home snack needs. But chat, what snacks do you have, for that matter? Come on, make us hungry.
Yeah, I don't have any snacks here. I'm just on water.
That's all I brought for this. I wouldn't want to try and eat while talking. That doesn't work out very well.
No, that's not really a thing for commentators. I actually don't usually have snacks during my runs as well. Unless it's a 14 run. Like, you always want snacks during a 14 run. You won't. There we go. We got the Earth Rod here from the old man in the meantime by Captain. And he's gonna go back to Earth Cave now, because behind the vampire was a small little stone tablet that if we have the Earth Rod, we can actually zoom that thing away, and we can go and continue on with the second pass of Earth Cave.
Yasarda, who allegedly wants to help us save the world, just, not in the act of doing anything sense, just in his own house, he's generally saying, you go guys, you got this.
Yep. Here's a neat little staff. You have a good fun time in that cave. I'm just gonna stay here. He has a nice fireplace though, so he doesn't have a lighting issue. Nice fireplace, some pots there, extra rooms even. He's a pretty roomy cave for an old man. Sorry, for a moment, I just read that someone had lasagna as a snack, and I was just immediately jealous. Like, that's how you get me hungry.
Well, lasagna is just good anytime, really.
Yeah.
Is that breakfast lasagna? Is that a thing? If
It
it's
is.
not, it used to be.
It definitely still is, at least to my recollection. Alright.
Federico is heading down to the Titan's Tunnel, where he will cash in that ruby for access to Sarda, and also grab his rod. So, I think it's closed that gap maybe a little bit. I wouldn't presume to guess the amount of time, but
It's about 2 or 3 minutes.
these little things are going to not really be reflective, because if you're trying to compare too often, total RNG on the encounters, the number you get, how many you get, what fights they are, that's going to mess with things. So you're actually better to measure less often to really see the pace.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he actually got himself a lesser target fight. If he gets an X potion drop, that's 4% by the way, if you get it. He can actually skip a cave later on and save about a minute. And we didn't see it. You never see it. People say it's a 4% chance. I've never seen one drop yet.
Yeah, so they added enemy drops into this game in later versions and brought that into the Pixel remasters. So It's kind of funny. This version, FF1, this game, the Pixel remaster is probably the least faithful to the original of any of the versions.
Even though they set out as a good little faithful version of the original one. Because that was their
though. I love everything that they've given to us.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just wish they gave us more of the remake stuff. And I guess I'm hoping that there'll be DLC there one day. But for now, we've got a very good game here. And we've got it on PC, so the console won't age out.
Exactly. It's actually pretty funny to see. About a minute ago, all 3 of our runners were within 20 tiles of each other. And we see Thunder and Captain actually doing the exact same fight right now, but in a completely different manner. As they're going through the same corridors, but Captain is actually already on a second pass through, while Thunder is trying to get to the 3rd floor here, get his cockatrice fight here, and then get him onto the vampire, even though Captain already beat him. Another lesser target fight by Federico. Are we seeing the drop? I want to see the drop today.
I don't know, we didn't get any Iron Giants from Final Fantasy II earlier, so I was disappointed there. But maybe we could get Iron Golems here. That just would be the most rare encounter you could possibly see.
Iron Golems, I think we see a lot more often in the Pixel Remaster, right? I think they're showing up in Waterfall now as well. Or are those the stone ones?
Those are stone. Iron Golems would be only on Tiamat's floor in Temple of Fiends Revisited.
That's true. Yeah. There's also a different encounter that you can see on the final floor, on Tiamat's floor, that we might also see, but it's a very rare chance.
There's also a chance of Warmax, though.
Exactly, that one.
Always up for Warmax.
Yeah. Honestly, there is a strategy that you can do to deal with Warmech, because you have access to Temper, you have access to Haste at that point. You could actually potentially hope that you can get the Temper and Haste off on Monk and whittle him down in 2 rounds, if you get lucky, and he nukes one of the other characters, or the warrior that is already petrified. He can actually target the warrior, and get you 3 rounds, and that is a big XP and money boost at the end of the game. Oh, Thunder getting all 4 of the characters petrified there by the... Well, yeah.
Did I mention the jerk birds?
Yeah, jerk birds, right there. That is very unlucky.
I'm not sure how deep he was on that floor, but it doesn't take too long to get through this floor as long as the enemies are cooperating.
Yeah, he didn't beat the vampire yet, so he has to go through the floor again, but he got it on the 2nd or 3rd encounter. That is a
he would have slipped in front of the vampires, so...
Yeah. That is quite a pity. That's a few minutes right there that are just gone. We actually see the Pesco Demons here being very pesky, as I like to call them, on Captain's side. Because you only have 2 Black Mages available to you, if you see an encounter like that pop up, and you get unlucky and they get an ambush on you, you might die. and that's what makes Earth Cave so fun.
If they hit pretty hard, they were unrunnables in every other version until we got here, and they made that not a thing anymore. But also, they are the annoying thing of not being vulnerable to any element. They will resist fire and ice, they will not resist thunder, which is why it's our element of choice.
Mm-hmm. Alright. The bats being in the way of Captain, that is definitely the type of RNG you see in Pixel Remaster all the time. Just lose a few seconds here and there by just a flying bat that's just hovering into a corridor that you want to pass through.
They did have some mercy in the remake, particularly on the last floor, because there is a bat that is somewhat legendary there, as it can totally block the way to a lich.
I remember that one.
Fire for your last chance.
Oh, we actually see one of the black mages go down here on the vampire fight, and Thunder is resetting over it. Yeah, that is very unfortunate. That vampire is not playing along at all here.
Yeah, it's saving pretty important there.
Yeah.
The vampire, you have to get your stuff going to be able to actually kill him.
Yeah, because of how Thunder is tackling these fights, he doesn't actually spam the Faraga. He does now here, to actually just get both kills off here. He didn't get to do it last time because his Black Mage got targeted first, and now he gets the easy kill there. That's very nice. That actually we should actually mention, the way to actually get out of a fight that you're gonna lose and not lose more time is to actually Alt F4 out of the game. There isn't a soft reset button on the Pixel Remaster yet, but I'm gonna stop because we actually reached Lich on Captain. You want to go into it?
Still hoping for that. Lich is a mage. He is an undead mage. He likes to spam ice spells, which are pure death to us, because they do a lot of damage. But he's vulnerable to fire, so we can blast him with fire, and hopefully get him fast enough before he can nuke us.
Yeah, because of the intelligence boost, we got him in 5 Faragas, and there we go. Captain has Lich down. That is very nice. First try Lich is very good. That is actually amazing to see. Captain is going really well on this run, by the way. It wouldn't surprise me if he was on very good pace.
Yeah, has definitely represented well for Team Mog, and is doing all he can with what the game has been giving him. That's what you want. First try Lich is great, because, I mean, if we saw somebody take 3 tries on this Lich fight, we wouldn't even bat an eye to that. We'll say, yeah, that's Pixel Remaster.
That's typical Pixel Remaster. It really depends on your HP drops, and we should go into that whilst we see Thunder getting a little bit unlucky on his escape of Earth Cave. Earth Cave is not treating him well today, and we actually see Captain just leaving Earth Cave and going on to the canoe. Yeah, so HP drops. So we actually have, like, on levels 1 through 10, and then 20, 11 to 20, and on, you get 1, 2, and 3 HP respectively, but you also have a chance of getting an HP drop, which means you get 26, 27, or 28 HP on a Black Mage. That chance is pretty random, and if you're lucky, you will get up to 200 HP before you actually reach Lich, and that means even a Blizzara won't kill a Black Mage. If you get unlucky, you will have about 100 HP, and every spell will kill you. That is basically how Pixel Remaster works. You're hoping for good HP drops and good intelligence drops to get you to the next tier of intelligence. Because the same goes for intelligence here. Every 10 intelligence that you gain makes a boost for your damage. So we saw Captain do 270 damage with his Faraga. And we see Padariku here going into it. And we're going to see if he has the same or if he hits 180s. There we go. Yeah, Meiji here has a 180 attack. And the same goes for Team Choco. So he's going to need 3 full rounds of Faragas to actually get the kill off on him. That means he's behind on levels on Captain. But this is still a very doable fight.
You also mentioned this is right around halfway for us on this round. So That's where we're running pretty good pace for everyone so far. Thunder needs this Earth Cave to cooperate a little more. I've been known to call this particular floor the floor of frustration from some solo character runs, and this one likes to kill you a bunch. I think Thunder would heavily agree with that assessment right now.
Yeah, it's a very difficult floor to deal with, and because you pass through it twice, there's twice the chance of you just getting some very unlucky encounters on that floor and just being relentless. All the early game, like, basically luck and preamps that he got, Earth Cave can be the great equalizer, and it is the halfway mark of the run. Getting a sub 1 hour on Lich is considered a pretty good time. Getting sub 55 is what you try to aim for to get, like, very good times.
And so with Patariku past Lich, the next destination is Crescent Lake. And there's a bunch of old wise men there who are supposed to help you and tell you stuff. They really don't. We just want the canoe. Give it over, old man.
Yeah, you see one with a different outfit. We don't even talk to that guy. The guy next to him, he has the canoe. He's the important one. The rest of them just talk all sorts of nonsense we don't listen to. But we do
some a different outfit. He's Lucan. He's the one who prophesized that we're coming to save the world.
I have never talked to the guy. I don't know who you're talking about. Alright, we see some shopping here.
The old man's message changes later in the game.
Really? Oh. Question from chat. The Pixel Remaster isn't as grindy as the original NES edition. You actually do a lot of the fights, like, as you go along to it. There is more so an HP value that you want to reach for your Black Mages, rather than a particular level or a particular stat. Getting more, like, attack on your Monk is nice, but not required. You mostly want to get around the 250 to 300 plus HP for your Black Mages. So that's what you're aiming for. And that can be a level 26 to 28. It can happen on level 32. It depends. It's Pixel Remaster. That's basically the answer.
Also, as to the grinding, I think it's worth noting, we can't, like we can on the NES. We can't farm the Agamas like we would.
Yeah.
You can't redo the eye fights. So the only real grind fight that's even available is the Blue Dragon, and that's a stretch. And you take way too much damage. It's too slow to even really do anything. So the counterpoint to that has been what you're seeing throughout the whole run. We're killing everything. Otherwise, we'd love to run away if we didn't need the experience.
Yeah, there's also a case to be made for killing in fights rather than just, like, running away from every single one of them, because bigger encounters just take a long time to flee from if you have some bad luck. So potentially you could save quite a few minutes by running away from more encounters, but more so often than not, you're gonna get stuck on a bad encounter, and then whenever you see a 6 to 9 enemy encounter going to round 2, you're just gonna have a bad time. You don't feel right about that at all, so you end up wanting to kill them anyway.
Also, as a runner, whenever you're going through a rough patch, it's worth remembering that you're playing a whole run, and it's a completely different mindset than chasing a PB, where you gotta just settle in and play out the whole thing. So keep in mind, for all that frustration that Thunderclaude just had, it wasn't 10 minutes ago that it was, how unfair is it that he got preemptive on the Piscademons?
Yeah, even the other runners will have something to say about getting a preempt on Piscademons. Like, that is a very almost unfair advantage to have over that fight. That fight is incredibly scary to see early on, because you can get a Black Mage instantly killed, and there's only one that has the Fandara on them, usually, and it becomes a very, very scary fight. Alright, we actually have Captain here going into Ice Cave already, as we see the old man giving over the canoe to Patariku, and we see Thunder going into his second pass of Earth Cave. They're all doing pretty well, honestly, when it comes to time. They're pretty much on equal pace when it comes to their overall timings.
This Ice Cave, a bit legendary from this game for the amount of trolling that it can do. And I've seen a couple of people playing FF1 for their first time in the last year, and their audience, chat, friends will say, yeah, let me know when you get to Ice Cave.
Oh, Ice Cave can always be. Oh, he got a. There we go. Captain got a preempt on the 2 dragons there. The 2 white dragons, if they get an ambush on you, yeah, you can say you're hiding behind. Like you can reload the save at that point, because those black mages are not resistant to white dragons.
Yeah, they'll do ice magic, and we don't have any elemental resists at this point. Technically, you could, but really only for a fighter.
Yeah, that's basically it. And like our fighter is the best defense that we have right now, a rock.
That asks, do the white dragons have blue eyes? If it helps, sure.
Who does it help to have those? Oh, there we go. We actually have one of the forced encounters, and you see the little like hooded creature there that we have to fight and talk to. That is an interactable that actually does respawn. Most of them don't. But that particular one will respawn, so when we do our second pass of that one, we will see it again.
Your rule is if it's in a box, you can't refight it. Yeah. If it's the NPC sprite like that, and it'll be the same sprite for every one of those, you can refight those if you change floors.
Yeah, pretty much. And seeing as we have to fall down there twice, we'll see that encounter twice. As we stated, even though Ice Cave, like, you buy Fandaga here to deal with most of the bad encounters, Firaga will be a very good supplementary spell to pick up, or in Captain's case, he is actually using Fyra to deal with most of the smaller encounters, including the undead one, and that is the forced encounter that we have to deal with.
Yeah, it's definitely good enough to do a lot of damage here until you start talking about stuff like the Ice Gigas.
Yeah. Well, you see the Pisco Demons here, just casually doing 80 plus damage to one of the Black Mages. They're always scary. But as I say that, I see Captain here already passing the 200 HP mark on Kupo there, which is something you definitely want to see. Whilst we have Padariku here on 185 and 140. So there's already a small discrepancy there. Maybe he can catch up with a few lucky HP ups as he goes through Ice Cave, but it is definitely up to the game to give you a good HP value or not.
And the game likes to make it very obvious which treasure chest you're here for by removing the box sprite and making it that crystal thing to indicate the floater. After you beat the eye, which is still a really good experience fight, but you can't refight it, we get the Leva Stone, which allows us to get the airship.
Yeah, which is all we're here for, so we're immediately leaving. Not before we get the second undead fight here. But no ice eye grinds here, sadly. Those particular item sprites are just a one-time fight. I'm honestly not sure if we would fight this one more often than not, even if we had the opportunity to do it, because, like I said, Pixel Remaster can be very brutal when it comes to running away every once in a while. And you can pick up those encounters and that XP as you go along as well. It's all about getting the HP, not about the levels.
If we could refight it, I think the only way you consider it is doing Volcano first. Leveling up the black belt more, and then you might try, because it would be all be about well or not, you could level up the black belt more, I think.
Yeah, that's true, but we have the giant tonics to bring him up to HP anyway, so I'm not really sure if you'd use it that way. Like, it would be a better case for using Temper and using the Monk a lot more than the Black Mages, that's for sure.
That's just fun theory at this point, because so far they've shown no indication that they're going to change that, and it's time for Thunderclaude to do battle with Lich. Take it!
Let's see if we can get a first try Lich on Thunder as well. We have actually seen some very lucky Liches here. Let's see if Thunder can keep it up. We have the Faragas here. Let's see what damage values we see. We see 180 from him. Immediately Zara takes out HP+, which means it's an immediate reset by Thunder.
Well, if he's going to do it, you want him to do it early.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. As you can see, actually, Thunder has one of his black mages on 180 HP. It really depends on what values you have by the time you enter this fight. You could potentially survive it if you have two black mages at around 160 HP. It can be a very dependable fight on how it works out. If you have low HP, like even a Thundara or a Fyra could potentially kill you. Here, it's all down to the Blizzaras. That is what we actually want to see here. We want to see a good old-fashioned attack on one of the stony guys. Haste is pretty okay as well, as long as he doesn't decide to hit one of the black mages. That's round 2 down. He needs 6 attacks to go off. He's on 5. Let's see if he gets lucky and doesn't get the lich attack. Perfect. That means... I counted early. He's on fire strats. There we go. Now he's down. That was low rolls for him even, but he still got the fight done. That is a split for Team Tonberry. Let's see how they are up to par with the rest of the teams. Only 30 minutes behind at this point. It seems that he's still catching up, even though everyone did see like how brutal Earth Cave can be. Thunder is actually definitely making some good pace.
Yeah, there was about 2 minutes or ish made up along the whole way because there were a lot of things that went well in that run.
Yeah.
Lich not so much, although if you're going to have to do it twice, you want to die early. So that part actually did work out for a bad situation.
Yeah, like second try Lich is definitely not bad. He lost about 20 seconds in total to that fight. Maybe 30 if you have the 4th round Fyra there. But that's it, and that is actually really good. Alright, let's see it. Let's see it, Thunder. Let's see that drop. He always wants the 4% explosion drop, because I know he's going to do a different route if he gets hit. Oh, he didn't get it. He just got a level. Whenever you see that second menu pop up there, it's always a moment of, did he get the explosion drop? And I know he really wants one. It'll definitely save him another minute over the other 2 runners.
So this airship out of the Ryukyu Desert is our last mode of transport, which means we now have full access to the overworld. Not necessarily to the dungeons as of yet.
Here we see Captain actually going on a little bit of a route divergence. He's actually picking up haste at this particular time. He's going up to the left black mage spot. He wants one of the black mages to pick up haste. Haste is a one-time... He picked it up on both of the mages. Interesting. Haste actually is a spell that you can only use once. It doubles the amount of hits that you can get on the character. It's going to be used mainly on the monk later on. And if you see it once, you're good. If you see a boss use haste multiple times in a row, you're laughing at him because he doesn't know how the spell works.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not laughing at a boss that has haste because it's probably one-shotting you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good thing if you see it once. It's a good thing if you see it 2 or 3 times in a row.
These peed enemies, they're basically big millipedes.
Yeah.
Really nice experience enemy, but actually ice is the vulnerable element, but we don't have that, so make do.
Yeah, Faragas are a good way to deal with them still. I think 2 Faragas definitely still clean them up. And they are the best like XP encounter on this field, so it's always good to see them. Thunder's getting a lot of them, though.
Quick question, chat. Does haste work different in the older versions? No, your speed basically was a 3-state switch in every version. There's normal, there's slow, and there's fast. Haste will move you 1 step up, slow will move you 1 step down. And that actually explains every scenario if you think about it.
Does that also work for Slow Ra? Because I know Pixel Remaster has Slow and Slow Ra as a spell, and Slow Ra is single target.
I haven't been into a situation to extensively test that, but...
No, it's the same. That's why I'm wondering all of a sudden. Like, I never really thought about it in terms of stages. It's more so that every time I see someone pick up the game for the first time and spam haste over and over on characters to try and get them to go faster, I'm like, the rounds are still the same, but you hit harder, but your black mage doesn't need it.
Yeah, in the original NES, I know it's just AoE, and it does the same thing. Just the advantage was it would work over multiple enemies.
We actually have all three of our runners in a completely different area right now. We have Captain, who is in the waterfall cave at the moment, trying to get our next key item. That is actually an early pickup for us, as we see Padariku on the overworld leaving Ice Cave on the way to pick up his own airship, and we see Thunder going into Ice Cave right now. We're actually traveling to it with his newly obtained canoe.
A rare enemy possibility here would be the Green Dragon, which is a really nice experience encounter, but I don't know that he could one-shot the Black Mages from full health, but if they're under 180, then sure.
Yeah, it's the typical Pixel Remaster thing. It really depends on how much HP you have. Captain is going very well on HP values. One of his Black Mages is what I would consider on end stage HP already, and he still has about 40 minutes left in his run, so he's doing really well on it. But we actually see, this is a good example to put up. We see Thunder already having one of his Black Mages above 200 HP at this point, whilst Padariku doesn't have one. And Thunder still has to go through Ice Cave. They are actually passing each other right now on the overworld. So Thunder has more HP going into Ice Cave than Padariku is having going out of it, which means this is a very scary place to be in still at this point in time for Padariku. He's crossly, like he's walking a fine line, and his Black Mages are not looking too healthy for it.
This is like a level or two difference right now, so there's still a chance to make some of that up with good rolls. And obviously the dungeons that are still in front of us are the biggest experience dungeons, but also the levels take the most to get, so there's that.
Yeah, exactly. You're constantly doubting, like, how many encounters do you want to take in the later dungeons, and they're mostly used as sort of a catch-up. Like I said, like, endgame levels can vary anywhere from level 25 to 26 to all the way up to like 30 to 34, depending on how well your HP drops have been over the course of the run. You mainly just want enough to survive the final boss for a little bit on the Black Mages, and then you're good.
Now, one of the things we don't do in this version is class change, which is the Citadel of Trials dungeon, and we are completely bypassing that. So we come straight to the waterfall, and that's pretty typical with other versions now as well. But just note that we are skipping a dungeon.
I'm gonna do some napkin math here as we go along to just figure out like how well it's going for Padariku's mage, because he is on level 20 run right now, and one of his Black Mages is a 150 HP, which is very low. You can calculate it pretty easily by just doing the math in your head. That means he is on 30 HP, which means he is on 55, which means he got about 4 HP drops on one of the Black Mages in 20 levels, which is very low. That is not something you want to see.
Well, there's still a chance to gain a few, but there's not that many chances add-ons.
Yeah, like as you go along, like your levels are gonna be harder to get, but that just means you gotta actually calculate a lot of your later dungeons to like pick up good encounters, get a lot of good XP from them, and then try to just get your levels in. Just get a few more levels in and hope that you get a possibly good HP drop here. We see Padariku here going into the caves, actually picking up a few more guild items as well, guild chests, and is actually going to go ahead and pick up some extra shiny items that we actually cannot buy in the shops, namely X potions and elixirs.
Yeah, this was probably a good time to mention they changed some of the treasure contents in the Pixel Remaster. This is some of the really nice stuff that came in the remakes that were not in the NES, but they took away the empty treasures and made all of those potions. So anytime you see a potion, that would have been an empty chest in the NES.
Yeah, like it's very nice to just see these little changes here. They definitely help out a lot. Just getting a few full HP items for like the final boss is just nice to pick up as well. Also a comment from chat, and we actually didn't mention this yet. Welcome to Pixel Remaster, where in FF1 you walk diagonally and save time. So nice.
Fantastic, especially in several of the dungeons. It makes life so much easier. Also, just a heads up, I am having some rotten weather right now, but hopefully we'll be good.
All right, we'll keep it in mind. It'll be fine. It'll definitely be fine. All right, we actually have the final shop coming up for Captain. He's here to pick up some Blizzagas, which is gonna be the final spell pickup for us, and going into an armor shop, picking up some armlets, and we're gonna pick up some rings, actually, protect rings, which are nice accessories to have, which give us a little bit more defense, make us a little bit more sturdy for some upcoming encounters, and the rest of it is gonna be spent purely on items.
There's some very important items we want. One of the nicest things they added with the new inventory system was the magic point restore ability, so that we can safely spam these spells on random encounters to get through them, and then get all of our spell charges back before we need them for the next round of random encounters.
Yeah, very, very nice stuff to have. We got the Ox Shell, which is the item we actually need to enter the next dungeon. All the other items that we've picked up thus far are just auxiliary items that we need in a later stage in the game. For now, we are good to actually enter our next big place. On Captain's side, we are in the Waterfall Cave here with Padariku. Diagonal walking and Waterfall Cave is amazing. There we have the Green Dragon fight. As a rare encounter, seeing 149 on Team Choco is just, it always frightens me. At this point in the time, you do not feel comfortable with your HP value, but you just trek on through, and usually you just try to manage your HP as much as you can during it. You try to keep your HP up to max, which means you might menu a little bit more here and there, but overall, you're just trying your best to just get some good encounters here, just get some more XP.
That Green Dragon is such better experience for Padariku. It could easily be worth a level at the end game.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see as well. We have Thunder here actually going through and cleaning up Ice Cave, which he did in a pretty good fashion. He's actually doing really well on trying to catch up to the other two runners here, trying to bring Team Tonberry back into first place. As we get into the next phase. I love this soundtrack, by the way. Like, the Sea Shrine is brilliant.
I'm not sure we mentioned with the ribbon pickup that actually gives us resistance to all elemental damage spells. So it is a very big pickup and very important for the run, obviously.
Yeah, no more getting scared of different status effects as well. Like, Stun Lock is not happening anymore, and very conveniently, we're picking up exactly 3 ribbons, which is the exact number we need for the rest of the run, and they're all very conveniently placed for us. We don't have to actually go far out of our way for pretty much all of them. The last one requires just one more extra encounter, and that's it.
Yeah, they only put 3 in the original NES, which was kind of a jerk move, but if you brought a fighter, you could get a discount ribbon, and you got resistance to like 6 out of 8 elements, something like that.
Yeah, they definitely calculated that to a T to just get you somewhat comfortable, but still have you think a lot about status effects in the end. There we go. We got some good encounters here. Captain is still picking up some encounters as he goes through the levels. Trying to get some more HP up.
Those sharks are pretty good. They're just a little chunky to get through their HP.
Yeah, they usually require a Thundaga plus Thundara. Like, getting 1 spell encounters is always better than 2 spell encounters because they just take time to get through. This is the 5th floor of the Sunken Shrine. There's no random encounters here, which is incredibly nice. And I see a Diamond Helm pickup by Captain here. I wonder what he's going to be using that for. Is that going to go into Monk?
I don't think he did his final shopping yet, so that may be something he plans to cash in to buy stuff.
he might have not gotten enough money at the end in order to value his party to get up to 99 ethers and high potions. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, he did skip the final item shop in that place, so he might pick it up later after he goes to translate the tablet that he picked up. Alright, we have
Thunderclaude sells the bottle which has the fairy, and then importantly, that becomes an item shop with some exclusive items in these drinks. So we've got the Giant's Tonics and the Speed Drinks, which you're going to see those in action later.
I think Puerto Rico just picked up... Was that 16 Speed Drinks? There's some very unique routes that we see here, so let me double check that for a moment here. But Captain actually only picked up 3 of them, for example. So that just goes to show like how many differences there are and how many potential like route divergences you can get. I know Thunder's been playing around with different item setups as well for that one.
And there was a question in chat about our estimated time of the run, and it's around the 2-hour mark. It could be on either side of it easily.
Yeah, it honestly, welcome to Pixel Remaster 1, where it depends. If you get first try chaos on all of them, sub 2-hour runs are definitely doable for all 3 of our runners here. If you get 8th or 9th try chaos, you might lose 15 to 20 minutes. Let's not see that. Let's see some good first try chaoses this time around.
If we didn't spell this out specifically, the elixir that Thunderclaude just picked up, it's like other versions. It's a full HP and MP restore. X Potion, likewise, is a full HP restore. We're particularly picking those up for the final boss fight, but this is when they're easy to route in.
Yeah, like, these are the best moments to pick them up, and it really depends on how comfortable you are. If you do PB attempts and you're trying to get to world record times, you want to pick up less of them, especially those cave pickups just lose you about a minute or so if you just take that route. And you get a good elixir in the final dungeon as well, which only is a few seconds. If you can get the lucky explosion drop from the lesser tigers, you try to avoid those caves if you have enough gil.
I think there is one more heal, but I think it's an elixir instead of a mega elixir from the remakes, and that one is just way too far out of the way to even consider it.
I don't think I've ever picked up a mega elixir in this game, to my knowledge.
No, it's not in this game, but in the remakes, it's the mega elixir.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, so that's on the carry floor. It was like a protect ring or something originally, but it's way, way, way to the right that you never would walk otherwise.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's something that you want to avoid. Like, it goes to show, like, even though we walk really fast through these dungeons, and we can walk diagonally to save even more time, just keep in mind that, like, every step we take gets us closer to a new encounter. And even though we don't know exactly how many steps it takes for the next encounter to show up, they will always show up. So every about 15 to 20 steps you take guarantees an encounter, which loses you about 20 seconds. So every item that you pick up that is far out of your way can easily stack up through 2 to 4 encounters, which is more than a minute of time loss. And that is something that you definitely consider every single time.
One of the reasons I would call this a definitive casual version, we just saw on Patariku's side, Cody is standing in the worst spot for him to stand. He is blocking the path, but they widened it to 2 blocks instead of 1 block, so you can just go right around him.
It is so nice that you just have that one little extra tile, and you walk diagonally, so you don't even lose a tile worth of time. It's definitely, it's by far the best casual experience you can have when it comes to versions of this game. Also, particularly due to the amount of auto-saves and quick saves that you can do. You can save anywhere in the game, and it can save you minutes and minutes of time if you just get a bad encounter or a bad floor. It's good for the speedrun, it's even better for casual players.
They're hype! We got another green dragon for Thunderclaude.
Yep, he got it as well. Good XP for him. Even though Thunderclaude has both of his characters above 200 HP at this moment. Like, give me his call for HP on the mage names are definitely working out. He is getting the right drops that he wants to see here.
I can't believe he got 2 in a row. That's ridiculous.
That's some crazy luck there. Thunder is getting some, like, Earth Cave was not kind of him, but Team Tonberry is definitely getting some luck and getting himself back into the run here. We're definitely catching up to the other two at this point. We, at this point, we also have Captain going closer to Kraken. It's close by, 2 encounters away.
And this is a good time to mention some of the elements of the run we haven't talked about in a while. Yes, these stone characters are still getting experience, and that is part of the run. The mages are the one who do all the damage for us, so we just have them as the active members, and we consume less time in battle that way. We need less heals this way, and we're just getting through them faster while our characters are still getting the levels that they need.
And second to that, they also still can get targeted. Which is something we're going to see a lot during our next boss fight coming up. First for Captain. Kraken has 2 attacks. He can throw ink, which blinds characters, which we do not care about because we're mages, and we just throw spells. And he can attack a single character. That means that half of his attacks will miss because 2 of our characters are petrified on Captain's side. So if we're lucky, he won't hit one of the mages. Either uses ink or misses. We're going to see if it happens. Let's go. I really need to stop calling this. I need to stop going for this.
Kraken can hit quite hard. It's never something that you want to take for granted.
I always, like, you rarely see Kraken crit at all. He did 500 damage there. He normally does about 300. So he, yeah.
And black mages are squishy.
They definitely are. Even with the extra, like, protect rings that we bought earlier on, they are still very, very squishy.
Thunderclaude has finally unleashed the fairy as we have our second orb, or crystal, restored as the case may be. We had Lich a while ago, about 30 minutes ago, and now we're going to try and get it from Kraken.
There we go. Yeah, Thunder actually going into the item shop here, doing his final shop. He has about 40k, which is more than plenty to buy enough high potions and ethers. You max out on high potions and ethers here. As we see that, Kraken is down. I was just not talking about Captain. I didn't want to curse him anymore. Perfect. That's a very nice little second try. That was good stuff. 2 inks there, and a miss.
Second crystal restored. That's a win for Team Close Race.
Going very, very well here. And immediately leaving and getting teleported, not just outside of the Sea Shrine, but also just on the world map. Very nice.
Ooh, Petariku got a second Deepeye encounter. So,
wow.
Affectionately known as the EXP Pinata, it's a really good enemy to fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that leaves two fiends at this point. We have 2 crystals unlocked. We have 2 to go. We actually skipped the second one. You're normally supposed to use the canoe to get yourselves over to the volcano and do Merilith as a second one, because that actually unlocks a feature in the game we're not actually using during this run, and that is the ability to class up. But because we don't need it, we're actually just waiting and using all the other dungeons to level up to get through Volcano as fast as humanly possible. So we are actually going to go ahead and translate the Rosetta Stone with a very, very enthusiastic little historian here as we go on to meet the Lufenians, which, if you were here for the run before this one, we saw Strangers of Paradise go into Lufenians a lot more than we are gonna go.
Lupa Lupa Town.
Yeah. As with most things in Final Fantasy 1, you just dive in and you just know exactly where to go. You talk to a single NPC and you never see the town again.
So you have to translate the slab to be able to speak to them, because for a supposedly advanced civilization, they don't know how to communicate with anybody, so you have to learn their language.
Yeah, they're very particular in that way. They're very closed off from the rest of the world, who does know how to communicate with each other. So we're just using this Rosetta Stone, very ancient stone, to learn their ways and just be able to talk to them. And we're only doing that because we just want to get entry to a little tower that's in the desert to our west.
I talked earlier about how the giant enemy sprites, you could have more than 4, and we just saw it there with 4 zombies and 2 trolls. So
Yeah.
6 enemies where you can normally only see 4 of them.
If it's an ambush, that is still a scary fight at this point, because your black mages are just super squishy. You're constantly fearing a bad ambush fight, but luckily we've not seen many of them so far between our 3 runners, which is a very nice thing. Lots of good encounters.
And somebody asked which enemy I was calling the EXP Pinata. We just saw it again for Patarico. It was that Deep Eyes that was with the shark. It's a very high experience reward enemy.
It's one you love to see, and it's actually helping Patarico catch up a little bit on HP. Honestly, at this point in time with the Kraken, it doesn't really matter. As you saw earlier at Captain's side, if he hits you for plus 300 HP, so no matter how good your grind is, you rarely, if ever, see a case where your Black Mage has more HP than Kraken can dish out, and then he can still crit you, which makes that trivial as well. Yeah, just to confirm here, Thunderclaude is actually doing really well on his run so far, and he's been getting a very good amount of HP drops. As you can see, he's actually ahead on HP on Patarico, which means he can actually opt to escape a lot more encounters, which he's doing very much so during the Sea Shrine. He doesn't need to fight most of these encounters, especially if they're low XP value, which means he can actually save up and actually just gain a lot of time on Team Choco here, who is having a rough time because of the HP values.
There's some really good treasure in here too that we're not picking up. Also, speaking of rare height, that blue dragon as a random encounter is rare.
Yeah, blue dragons are good to see here as well, and the guardians are also very interesting encounters. Very slow when it comes to their attacks. Here we see Patarico's try at Kraken. He gets 1 round off, gets Meiji down, but Team Choco is still up and trying to get him down with Fandagas. Let's see if he can pull it off.
We're saying there's a chance.
Oh, Commentator's Curse.
Right on the turn where he had to remember to switch spells as well.
Yeah, he actually had one more in the bank at that point. Oh my god, we got a Chimera fight. As you can see, like some of these encounters, especially Chimeras, can really burn your party down. At this point, we also see that we have a monk again, unpetrified and ready to do battle. Switch to the bottom of the rows. That's in case of fighting priority. If an enemy attacks someone on your roster, he is more likely to actually fight the top one, and it goes down as you go down the roster as well. So Mog is on the bottom here, trying his best to flee, whilst the rest of the Black Mages are actually fighting for fire. And we have second try here for Patarico on the Kraken as well. Very nice fight.
Both of our runners completing that so far in 2 tries.
Yep, doing really well on it. As you can see... Oh.
I was just going to say we haven't seen a whole lot of differences on the bosses right now. They've all been within 2 tries. Yep. So we've done pretty well on the Lich Roulette.
Yeah, so far, like, the Fiends have been playing pretty okay. Like, they're not too kind, but not too heavy-handed as well. They're letting us go, like, with a few flesh wounds, and that's it. I was just about to mention, we actually see that because of the HP values, like, this game can go everywhere, and we actually have Thunderclaude here on the final floor of the Sea Shrine. Breathing in the neck of Team Choco is Team Tonberry, pointing that knife at second place at this point.
and Captain has just been playing a very steady run throughout. I think that's everything the Captain wanted coming into this, was just a good, consistent run that was going to contribute for the team, not necessarily set the world on fire, but it's been a great run.
Yeah, like Captain's been doing tremendously, and he actually PB'd, what was it, like in the last 24 hours even?
Posted a big PB yesterday.
Yeah, it was like not a day ago was his last PB, and he's on route on another like great run here. So he's definitely performing well on Team Mog's side, keeping that lead going steady as Thunderclaude goes into Kraken now. Kraken misses on the first attempt here. Gimme HP getting tackled as well by Kraken. Kraken's definitely been gunning. Oh my. Kraken's definitely being a good equalizer here. He's giving everyone a run for their money, and he has a taste for Black Mage today.
Kraken's been very fair so far. Meanwhile, we do have Patoriku working on the volcano right now. Not known for many unrunnable encounters, those fires were unrunnable until this version.
Yeah, and also there's a second thing going on, because that's actually a route divergence. We actually went to the volcano rather than went towards Tiamat. And volcano, on the lava tiles, it does actually proceed with your step count when it comes to encounters. But on a lava tile, you cannot get an encounter. So he is constantly using those lava tiles to try and avoid and escape his encounters as long as possible. So that he knows he would have gotten that encounter on the step right next to that one. So he is definitely trying to mitigate and get as least amount of encounters as possible on the volcano.
All three runners took 2 tries on Kraken. Very fair.
Yeah, very good one. And I think Team Tonberry is going to catch up tremendously here, because he was 18 minutes behind on 13 minutes behind on the last split, and now we're gonna see him catch up with even 4 more minutes on the lead. Doing great here. We are seeing the teams itch ever so close to one another, and we have 2 different fiends coming up side by side. CaptoftheDorks is on the final floor for Tiamat, as Patoriku is 1 encounter away from fighting Merilith. Merilith is a very easy encounter. You just try to just bully her down. Has less HP than Kraken. Isn't a particularly scary fight, but Tiamat definitely is.
And of course, there is still a slim chance of Warmech, so you probably ought to safety save in a marathon setting after the fight too.
Yeah, that can actually still happen. You can die to a bad fight. Right. Here's where we actually see the first time of a new strat. We see Haste and Saber and Temper being used on the Monk. Haste actually doubles the amount of hits that he can do, and Temper gives plus 14, I think. Yeah, plus 14 attack on the Monk, and he actually using Saber on himself gives a little bit of speed and also a little bit of attack power on the Monk, all to just boost him up and to get him good to go. The mages are gonna...
I was just going to say, we picked up the Giant's Gloves in Sea Shrine to be able to cast the Saber with. It's a self-only cast, so you could pick it up as a black magic spell, but our levels won't be high enough, and we don't need the black mages to do that.
Yeah. So as you can see, the black mages go down, but that doesn't matter because Tiamat is down and Merilith is down on Patoriku's side. Both very well first try encounters. Very nicely done on both teams. Both of them are 3 crystals, just different ones.
And meanwhile, Thunderclaude is getting down to the Finia, and soon to be tracking down the Mirage Tower.
Yeah, so on paper...
Moving closer. Team close race.
Yeah, we're actually going to see Patoriku be behind Thunderclaude. But keep in mind, Patoriku already is done with the volcano.
Yeah, we'll be behind it, Tiamat, but it'll level off. It's not a huge time investment to do the volcano. I think the major reason people like to do volcano last is just because you're that much closer to the final dungeon.
Yeah, it's mainly a course of like you're done with Tiamat, you go to the airplane, you go north, and you're basically like en route to the volcano before you go into the final dungeon of the game. As we see Thunderclaude go for the 6 big encounter as well. Good XP though on those particular fights. Like, even though he's on good HP right now, picking up those particular encounters is always pretty nice. Having a little bit of trouble finding the landing spot on the desert there. But now into
the change in this version, so there's that.
That's true. That is true. So those 3 chimeras you see here, they actually bullied Captain earlier on, and he got a death from those. Those are very scary fights if they all are attacking you, and getting a bad ambush there is just troublesome.
Those Winter Wolves were spamming their ability. It would actually be a pain if we didn't have the ribbons.
Yep. So here we actually see Captain go into the volcano here. You actually have 3 characters here, which is a very interesting aspect and a difference in like routes between the 2 parties. Because you have 3 characters available, you have 3 chances to flee every round as well. Which does mean that fleeing is actually a little bit faster and easier usually. It also means that you're having 1 more character to heal, because you're stepping on volcano tiles and they hurt. But there's that to consider as well, like more opportunities to flee here.
That is a lot of HP it's going to consume. I think you take more encounters in this version than you do any other for this volcano. Because it's like PSP, you're hoping for 2, but 3 is about average.
Yeah, I don't think in PSP the lava tiles actually count towards like the next encounter fight.
Correct.
Yeah.
You just are able to walk.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you won't get an encounter on the lava tiles, but they definitely will proceed your step count towards the next random encounter.
Alright, Mirage Tower for Patriku.
Right, and final floor for Captain on Mount Golg here. As is mentioned in chat, the volcano tiles do 1 damage per hit. I'd like to like point towards Kupo, who only has 1 HP left. That's the kind of shenanigans we deal with in Pixel Remaster. Just having 1 HP on a Black Mage is enough. You just hope he doesn't get hit. Oh, but the Black Knight fight on Thunderclaude can be pretty scary because they do actually know Flare. And that hurts.
They do know how to be a bad guy. They're bad men.
Okay. We have a different strategy, the same one as you saw earlier from Captain here on Merilith. You just haste and temper and buff up your monk a little bit, so the monk will just bully down Merilith rather than the mages did on Patriku's side.
And you are hoping for Merilith to do melees instead of spells just for time consumed.
Yeah. I've learned recently that between the strength potions, temper, and the giant's gloves that do saber, there is a difference in values that you gain when it comes to your overall attack power.
Oh yes, it's a significant difference, and it's also why we don't buy strength tonics, because temper is much better than those.
Yeah, it was always a debatable thing because temper does use more time, but does give 20% more strength to the monk as well. And there's also the money route. Money route in this game is very tight up until like the halfway point, and then still like the final shop really depends on how much money you gained. But with 4 fiends done, we're gonna see our first character go all the way up to the final dungeon.
Now, on a really great route, we'd be looking at or a great run. We'd be looking at Tiamat 2 right now, or thereabouts. So it's still going to take some time to get through this, but within the next 15 minutes is very realistic.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're getting we're diving into what we refer to as the casino. Still in Pixel Remaster, it is still a casino.
It's one of the places that makes you very glad you have the autosaves, but you're also very much going to want to do some manual saves. Particularly right before the Fiendry fights. I think we'll see a save in front of every one of them.
Yeah, like the Fiend Refines always merit a quick save because like you can die to all of them pretty easily. Apart from Merilith, there's some runners that do risk Merilith death. I do not do that because I don't like playing the odds in the casino, and it just takes a few seconds to save anyway. Black Flans are pretty nasty fights, but just picking up XP from them is actually a good idea usually. But as you can see, like, we're seeing our runners run away more and more from encounters because they feel pretty confident in their Black Mage HP. We have both of the Black Mages on Captain's side at around the 250 to 280 mark, which is about what you want to see. One more HP level would be nice on Stiltskin on his side.
And all that is to get us into kind of a weird place to be, and that we've basically been trying all this time to get to good enough. It's not good, it's not great, it's not free by any means, but it's good enough that we can do this. Or as I like to put it, speedrunner. We only need this to work one time.
Yeah, exactly. You want chaos first try, and then you're done. And if you get first try, you usually PB, and if you don't, then you usually don't PB. That's what it comes down to. The loot that you pick up at the beginning of the game becomes very important here to actually open up that tablet. I think the NES version does allow you to skip that item, which makes for a very bad walk backwards outside of the Chaos Shrine, but all the other versions of the game have it forcefully given to you at the beginning of the game in order to not skip it.
Technically, it could even be a soft lock in the NES because there's no walkout. You have to have the Warper Exit spell.
Oh, wow.
Tia! Thunderclaude gonna have to go for it a second time.
Yep. That is painful to see. But still, like, that is what Tiamat can do. Tiamat has some very nasty spells, particularly Poison Cloud. And AoE, Thunder, and Blizzard spells are very, very painful to see. All three of our runners, though.
He's strong mage as well, so Carrie has high-level fire magic, but is not a strong mage, so they don't do as much damage.
I don't think we
just runner high five on the same boss fight.
Yep. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see if we can actually pull it off. We see Thunder get past it. Also, well, we see 4 white dragons on the captain's side, which is very scary. There's a lot going on screen right now. There's our first death for Meiji, and Punch is gonna go for it at this point, trying to get the kill in.
The AI seems to be a little bit friendly in that I've never seen them roll 4 blizzards out in the same turn. That's no guarantee, I wouldn't swear to it, but it seems pretty nice on them only doing it about 50-50.
Federico getting very unlucky there with some misclicks and actually trying to temper the warrior there. He's getting bullied down slowly by Tiamat here, but he can still pull it out here if he can get some good fights on Punchy.
Actually worked out pretty good that it was the melee hits which allowed for a high potion to restore it, so yeah, that was good enough to keep Federico in the fight.
Very nicely done by Federico, getting it done. That means Federico has 4 crystals now, as well as Thunder is already in Mount Gold trying to get the last one immediately. And Lich 2 on Captain's side.
Very scary spell damage because Flare will kill the Black Mages and probably the Monk if it comes out, or very weak.
Yeah, it's a damage, it's a range at this point. Kill does nothing because we have 3 ribbons at this point. Status effects are no longer an issue, so that's a good one to see. Flare will do about 350. Oh god. Nice one. Can he get it done? Yes! Nice. That is what you love to see. Living on the edge.
It only has to work once.
Exactly. That also gives more XP towards the monk, by the way. Something to keep in mind is, like, when your mages are at high HP counts, getting more HP and more power on your monk is good. So that could have been a good strat by Captain to get his black mages to go down.
The only thing I'll say as a counterpoint is the Fiends are kind of garbage experience. They're really not that good.
Yeah, true. They're, like, random encounters in this place are about equal when it comes to XP. Very fair. But still, like, half of the party getting XP means more XP for the monk.
Okay, well, if anyone wanted to pull a crazy strat and go for an additional complete heal, this is the floor for Captain, but I don't think you'll see that. I think you'll just see the quick battle up to Maryland.
Yeah, we should probably mention as well that at this point in time, they all have 3 full heals, which is really comfortable to be, like a spot to be in, as we see immediately go towards the second Fiend.
So Thunderclaude technically doesn't have it yet, just because he hasn't defeated the Eye yet, and Patarika will still have to do the same. It's the one to the right of the, what was the Phantom in the NES? Death Eye now, I believe it's called.
Yeah, Death Eye, like right before you use the loot, basically. Yeah, Patarika's on that floor right now. Okay, Marilith being a bit of a bully, like smashing down Stiltskin immediately is kind of a bummer to see. But we have Mog. Yep.
Phase 1 and 2 on screen.
Perfect. Honestly, great to see the double Marilith. Both of them going down at the same time as well. Always awesome. Here we go. 4th crystal for Thunderclaude, and 2nd refight done for Captain.
So 2 more bosses until we get to the final boss. Kraken is probably one of the more stable of the refights because the magic isn't coming out like it is on the other. So Kraken and Marilith tend to be a little more stable than Lich 2 and Tiamat 2.
Yeah, Kraken again is the ink and slash kind of guy. He uses his tentacles a lot and just tries to ink you, which does nothing. You have an extra target now, but mostly it's down to just getting debuffs off on the monk and just whittle them down as soon as possible. Both of them are both of the carries are considered incredibly weak in Pixel Remaster. That's being mentioned in chat. The second one is technically stronger, but by the time we get to the second one, we don't care.
Yeah, there's also the minor fact that if you want to challenge, do it with no protect against fire damage. It's going to be a much different fight.
Yep, very true. Seeing 4 green dragons there is just always so scary.
So after Kraken, we're definitely going to want to make sure Team Mug is at least on alert.
Yep.
Because the last floor is going to go pretty quick. But also, we're talking about 2 pretty good roulette fights with Tia 2 and, of course, Chaos.
Yeah, potentially the run could be done within 7 minutes. It could also be 17. It really depends on how the cards are played at this point in time. But for now, we have Kraken 2 on Captain's side, the 3rd refight.
So all we really need in this fight is time. You keep the black belt alive, you punch, you just need enough rounds to finish this off.
Yeah, you're mainly trying to just like get the fight, get the monk ready to just pummel him down. It's already mentioned in chat, but I think everyone that played any form of Final Fantasy 1 knows how it feels to lose a run to Chaos. It's Chaos giveth and Chaos taketh away runs. That is a very clean kill by Captain on Kraken. Time for the final 2 floors.
So of course this next floor is home to the best weapon of the game, the Mass Immune. We don't need that though. We won't get it.
No, that's a massive time loss.
Oh, it's interesting. With the black belt level, it's not completely out of the question. But the Tiamat fight is moved, so it's not in that narrow hallway now. It's at the staircase, and they made that consistent for all of the Fiend fights.
Yeah, it's also very nice that you can actually see where they are due to the orbs. As you can see on Captain's side, like, you can die to any random encounter very easily as well, still at this final stage of the game. And it's time for Tiamat 2 here, as we see Lich pop up for Patarika.
So the damage poison is the one we're most worried about, but Tia is a pretty strong mage, so these elemental attacks can deal some damage. Blaze not so much. It's not as strong.
No, Blaze is one of the better ones to see. Blaze and Fyra and Blizzard are good on our parties. And as you can see, like, the monk is on a steady almost 400 HP, which is a good, comfortable place to be in. Which means that you can actually use the mages as a sort of secondary healing mechanic. Just to keep the monk on high HP. You want to keep him at least above 150. Yeah, Chad is agreeing here. Like, raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by Chaos. I could... Like, yep, I'm raising my hand in... oh god. We see Padrico getting blasted by... What was that, 2? Yeah, that was 2 flares.
It can be nasty stuff. It's why you definitely want to save there.
Yeah, that is a very dangerous place to be in. All of the fiends can get out of hand real quick.
Captain has taken down Tiamat 2. We have one boss to go, but there are random encounters on this last floor, which is another change on the Pixel remaster.
Yeah.
And there's no telling how many tries that this fight is gonna take, so Team Mog, you just gotta be on standby, and you may be going in 2 minutes, you may be going in 10.
Yeah, Team Mog is ready to go. Like, first try, we'll call out the GGs immediately as soon as we see it happen. Chaos has 20k HP. That is by far the biggest pool. It is more than the 4 fiends combined. So it requires a lot of setup rounds. And you hope to survive during those setup rounds, you hope to survive after those setup rounds. For now, though, here we go. First of our runners on to Chaos. Let's see it happen.
Your best friend is if Chaos is melee targeting the fighter, and that's just... It doesn't matter, obviously, what you do there, but we just need the black belt to survive, and we need the black mages to survive long enough to get the buffs off.
Yeah. Here we see trying to get our monk up to maximum HP using Giant Tonics and already hasting him to double his hits. Now it's time to actually get him to maximum HP and start getting as much attack buffs up normally, but Tsunami definitely...
Rip.
That is...
Tsunami is pretty powerful. Any of the abilities are. Earthquake is the best you could see there. I was actually about to say that the Blizzaras were the best thing that Chaos could do spell-wise.
Yeah, Blizzaras were very nice to see, but both Tornado and Whirlwind and Tsunami do about 220 to 250 damage, which is why I kept alluding to the fact that getting your Black Mages above that mark is a good way to survive round 1. Also, getting hit in the face just kills a Black Mage. Welcome to Chaos.
And right. This is what we were talking about earlier, that the goal was good enough.
Yeah. In the meantime, the other 2 runners are catching up. We see Thunder bringing down Lich 2, and we see Padrico here on Merilith 2. So as you can see, Cloud is almost at Padrico's heels at this point in time. He's on the same floor as him, as we see Captain feeling how Chaos always is at the end of the day.
Basically, a hit more than the entire buffed HP was, and Chaos is very capable of doing that.
Yep. Chaos can be a meme someday. If you have...
So if we had a soft reset, you would reset anytime somebody died in the setup turns. Even one of the Black Mages, you wouldn't even try if we had a soft reset.
Yeah, if there was a soft reset option, that would definitely be the case, but, like, hard exiting outside of the game means you lose a lot of time there, so you try to manage it still. Seeing a death on the Black Mage immediately means that you try to actually bring him back to life, usually, because your setup times otherwise double, but there's so many options to do. I think the guide that was very much written by Ice Blue, which is very nice if you want to get into this game at some point, has a very high amount of strategic value for the Chaos fight. Round 1, you set up with Giant Tonics, and from that point on, it's up to you. You just gotta manage what Chaos throws at you. You gotta heal, you gotta buff, you gotta hope to survive. We see...
The haste was good for a pass turn, but that also means that Chaos is gonna hit for 800-900 damage if he hits.
Yeah, if he hits the monk at any time, he's dead. And the cyclones aren't a very nice thing to see as well.
Yeah, so the not maxing the HP means also you're losing like 200 to 300 HP of healing by not being maxed when you use the full HP restores like that elixir.
Oh, there we go. This basically showcases what like Chaos can do for Pixel Remaster. There's no way to actually mitigate his particular like spells or what type of abilities he does. There's no order to it. In Pixel Remaster, Chaos is actually Chaos. He is the ruler / owner of the casino, and whenever you get a run that's on PB pace, Chaos can always say, "Not today." And he's definitely doing that towards Captain here. We see Poderico here on Kraken. We see Thunderclaude on the same floor trying to get to Kraken at this point. They are catching up. But don't forget, they also have to fight Chaos, and Chaos can always say no.
And let's be absolutely clear. Captain has not done a thing wrong.
No,
he has executed perfectly this fight. This has been completely out of his control. It's all Chaos.
He is doing tremendously well to mitigate it. I'm very much astounded as reasonable, like trying to find ways to still get a run to win. He's trying not to quit out of the game and hard reset. He's always trying to find a way to get the win condition, which is what Chaos is all about. In the meantime, we have two other fiends on the other screens. We have Team Choco on Tiamat 2, and we have Team Tonberry on Kraken 2. It is definitely the full-on casino mode here.
Yeah, and we warned Titanium times on this Chaos. It's exactly what we warned everyone about.
Yeah. It is
not that bad. The only unfortunate thing is with this setup, we don't end up with a healer, so you can't really repair ticky-tack damage like that, except the high potions.
So Captain actually did a turn there where he got miffed by the auto battle function. If you auto battle and you get into a next round, if you have an item that you cast on a character, they always will default to the top character in the row. So if you have high potions queued up on your own black mages, the next round, if you keep the auto attack up, they will automatically queue new high potions. But they will target the warrior at this point in time. That can happen if you're just a little bit too late whilst trying to exit the auto battle function. Because the auto battle function does make the game go at 1.25% speed. So it is a little bit faster to do it that way, but that definitely hurt. For his
nothing you can really do against those flares, but also I wanted to highlight something else Captain did, and I saw him do this earlier this week. If the Chaos fight is going bad enough, just try anything to break the curse, get it going in your favor. He takes some extra steps just to try and change the RNG.
I love that. Like you gotta feel good about going into the Chaos fight. Like your mental state is very important. You gotta always keep trying to think 2 steps ahead on an attack you cannot anticipate. It's so hard to do, and it makes this Chaos fight at the end of this marathon, or the end of this marathon run in particular, just so hard to deal with. We have Team
Chocobo's here on the same fight.
Yeah, we have Team Choco joining up with Team Mog here on the quest to try, and yeah, at this point in time, Captain's just trying to die, which is just doing 3 damage, just trying to die here and reset the fight.
Complete heal.
Yeah.
For Team Close Race, Thunderclaude is now 1 boss behind.
Yeah, Thunderclaude just went by with Tiamat and is going into the final floor as well. We have all 3 runners heading head-to-head into the Chaos fight. Thunder is 1 random encounter away from joining the rest of them and might actually overtake. This is anyone's game at this point. This is the Chaos game. This is the casino for you. The great equalizer of FF1. I want to see some cheers. Who do you want to see go ahead at this point in time, everyone? Who do you want to see win? Do you want to see Team Mog go on to the next game first? Do you want to see Team Choco go ahead, or do you want to see Team Tonberry bring it back and get that win?
And, you know, as we see this hype, just keep in mind, looking at those times, Thunderclaude got here at a 150, and that was a really good time to get.
Yeah, Thunder has done tremendously well. The only thing that was against him was Earth Cave. So we have Captain just not getting good luck at the start of the run here. And we have Thunder and Padarico still on their first try. Padarico is actually in a pretty good spot, and he might actually try to go for it here. He has very low attack for it though, so he might have to buff up a few more turns and try to hope for some good attacks on his on Chaos' side. As we get Thunder to do the set of turns as
there's
well.
a lot of factors. If the enemy script cooperates, there's a chance.
There is a chance here. Padarico's using the elixir, the final thing that he's left. He's trying to attack and trying to get the kill off right now. He does very little. Oh, he does about 2k. He has 20 to go. He needs to get 11 hits in. Or maybe 12. Oh, he gets wiped out by Chaos. Welcome to the casino, everyone.
Yeah, 1900 damage on a crit was just not going to cut it. You've got to be dealing over 2000.
Thunder's on 3k. He's going for it.
There's a real legit chance here.
He might actually get it. He's doing the preemptive early elixir here to try and just grind it out. He might actually pull it off. Team Tonberry might go ahead here.
I like the safety strat there because he was kind of ahead of it there, and it makes sense.
Team Tonberry, get ready. It might happen. There we go! Team Tonberry is in the lead all of a sudden. Almost 30 hours into the marathon. Thunderclaude GG at a 152.13. That is a very good run. That is actually only himself and Shigeru have ever gotten that low of a time.
Absolutely astounding run, and there you go, Team Plus Race.
That is insane. That is such a good time.
Captain's about to get at it again. Padariku's still going for it, and I mean, this could be over in the next 2 minutes for them, or it can take a lot longer than that.
Yeah.
Just doing everything they can.
Yep. So I hope you're ready, Team Mog and Team Choco, because any try can be the try where you have to start up FF8. But Team Tonberry has just taken the lead.
So that is going to start Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah, might be a good time here because basically we're going to see these two try Chaos until they actually beat him. This might take one more term, this might take 5 more terms. Time for maybe our FF8 commentators and runners to introduce themselves.
Let me throw in one other tidbit real fast because Thunderclaude pointed this out. He died to basically every Fiend fight. Every Fiend and Re-Fiend fight, he died to that and still came back with that time. So that's the difference of pressing on.
Yeah, that's just, like, even if you die on a bad fight every once in a while, you might just still pull out ahead, and you might get a really good time on the board. It really depends. Chaos is always the great equalizer, but just knowing how to mitigate with setbacks during FF1 differentiates, like, a sub 2 hour from a non-sub 2 hour run, basically. Like, getting sub 2 hours is a very good achievement to get here, and it's so much up to RNG.
So with that, as our runners are doing their battle with Chaos, this is a good time to maybe go ahead and do the FF8 introduction.
Oh, we have both of them actually doing really well on their giant gloves. You see Earthquake on Captain. Padarico is here. Both of them are trying to fight. Padarico's on 2k here. He still has 2 elixirs left. And he's getting slowed. That means he is gonna not have to have some sort of haste, so he's gonna do less damage from now on. Which means he needs one of the mages to actually haste him up again. He's doing it really well here. Oh boy, Captain's going for it as well. We're actually, both of them are in a very good position to finish this up as now as well. Oh! He was 3,000 HP away. Captain was almost there. So close.
All right, and we are on with the comms. Just a quick introductory. FF8's going down. I am Quetzington, here for a good time doing splits, and excited to see this 8 run. It was a super good and ongoing FF1 Pixel Remaster run. Anyone else?
I'm Cyanide Sugar, also here for a good time. Hopefully you'll enjoy the next 7.5-ish hours with us today.
Sonic, you want to go?
I'm Sonic Ledgeman. I'm just happy to be here.
Team Choco
My
got
name-
it in the meantime. Team Choco's a go.
And my name is Thomas8989, and yeah, thank you so much for having us. We are here for Final Fantasy VIII.
Best game in the series. Subjectively.
That is certain.
I love this cutscene.
It is good.
So,
it is great.
Yeah. Can I just say though, Team Tonberry's lead right now is amazing. I'm pretty sure they were behind by quite a bit before, and now I think Sova's about 3 minutes ahead of everybody else, give or take. It's amazing.
It's been a wild ride watching this.
Mhm.
I've had it up on my monitor since it started.
Yeah. That time we saw turned in by Thunderclaude would be, I think, 3rd place on the speedrun leaderboards right now.
Yeah, it would actually beat his own world record from just a month ago. Before he and Shigeru picked up the game again. Like, that was an amazing, like, an astonishingly good time. I have not gotten to that time myself, and I have had runs go better than that. So it was crazy. And we have Team Mog here with the kill as well, and that means FF8 for all 3 teams is on.
Very
amazing.
Thank you, thank you.
FF1.
GG's, guys.
GG's,
FF1.
Good luck, FF8 runners. Hope you enjoyed the best FF.
Yeah. Good luck,
We definitely
FF8.
did. We definitely did.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, good luck with this. We brought the entire squad back to like about 4 or 5 minutes apart from each other, so good luck keeping it that close, runners.